right, ladies and gentlemen, greetings, one and all. We have Double K calling us right here. Hold on just a minute and we'll get this thing going. King Cat will be right with you. Yes, indeed, we're up and running and we got Double K calling us right now. What the heck's going on, Double K?
So, wasn't JP Morgan the one that lowered the price target?
Yes, they did. JP Morgan did indeed lower the price target on this stock. It's a known fact. Yes.
Okay, well, this morning they just they maintained a neutral.
Maintained a neutral this morning on Sofi. Let's get over to King Cat. We got to let him handle this, man. I'm just here getting things set up. So this is King Cat saying see ya, and we're going to get Catfish Tyler up for all you folks. And thank you for being here, everyone. Thank you very much. We will be right back at the end of this little thing by King Cat Tyler. And here he is for you now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's switch over to big old King Cat. And welcome, hello. Yes. I don't have my backdrop. I got to put up my sheet. Hold on here. We don't want to expose any unexposed prior, and we're going to keep our things just like they are. There we are. Nice and nifty looking, not cluttered up like my back room shelf appeared just now for you briefly. But thank you for being here, everyone, and thank you for joining in on the fun we're about to have. Yes, indeed. Hopefully we'll have, and I've got a copy this screen right here. Let me make sure I get my display capture up under it. It is, display capture is up under me. So let's go over here and we're going to go to this page right here, and get Sofi up. This is why I'm on, folks, because I think we're at the bottom. Okay, we're going to be here very soon. It's almost 10 o'clock. I think they've come at it early here, and that's why I popped on. As you know, I like to come on here early when I see things going on. I want to get to my live stream and copy this right here. I see I'm up, and thank you for being here with me. Copy and put this right over here. Boom, boom, paste. Wham, and then go to that. Whoosh. And there we go. Hopefully this will work for us, and we'll get our chat screen up over here where I can keep an eye on it while it's running. Thank you for being here, everyone. Greetings, one and all. Greetings, fellow cats. And what an amazing event, to see that Sofi has achieved a new high, right, again today. What do you know? Who would have ever guessed it? Who would have ever thunk it that it would have a new high? And I want you to remember something, folks, too. I've already told you that if they couldn't get the new high, they'd go after the low. And today, look at the low. It's 20 cents over where it was. Previous to me coming on just now, it was holding at 832. And so I came on once it broke below that, because we're going to catch the low and we're going to be buying here, folks. So welcome all of those that are you here with me. And I'm trying to see why we don't have this popping up. I'm trying to get my live stream on this screen. There we go. Now it's adding it, and we should be up and live here and see who's with us. So I want to thank you. If anybody has already made comments and I missed, but we'll get it in here on here and we'll type it in. Sofi higher low and higher high, and how and why. Well, I'll tell you why and how. It's just like history repeating itself. And I'm just going to type in here. All right, greetings. Hold on. Fellow cats. And there we go. Boom, 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 and boom. We're off. And yes, decided to come on right now because, as I said, I saw where we had bounced off of earlier, and we're looking now for the double low. This is what we call, sometimes I've even called it the double dagger dip. And you can look at right here what they're attempting. But look at the 5-day. We had a triple crossover of the 5-day chart that happened on Friday, yesterday afternoon. I apologize. And wow, what a turn, It just bounced off of that. And folks, where we're looking for right now is a good solid hold way above that. I'm guessing around 16 cents a higher low today than what we had yesterday is where I'm thinking. So based on history, I go back to history to see these numbers that I come up with. I don't just pull them out of the air. And you know how I am about numbers. I get them from history. I pull them from history. And what we've saw so far, history is in fact repeating itself. Because as you can easily see here, it's very clear that even if we only maintain today's high of 846, well, guess what? That's exactly 13 cents higher than the day before. Are you with me? And here we were on 829 low to 833. Well, that's just a 4-cent gain, but this is momentum is what it's called. So when you see a 4-cent gain and then you see it spike up to a 13-cent gain, and then you look at the low and you see 789 to 808, well, that was a spike up from the low, even higher than the gain on the high, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. It was 19 cents. I'm breaking this down because I like to do technicals. That's what I do. I want to thank you all for being here. I see we have 4 that are with me right now, and whether you say anything or not, the things I'm going to be showing you are history and why I can sometimes predict or think history was a good indicator of where we're going in the future. And right now, folks, if we see this hold up here at 10 o'clock, and my thinking is what we've been seeing happen is a wait until about 11:15, right? So, and by the way, look here at this number that it's down. Pay attention to numbers, that mean things to them that shouldn't actually, because this isn't me. This number that I just picked out and was trying to highlight for you. This is looking very good though already. They could not even hold the number that I was trying to highlight for you, and they may get back to it, but it looks to me like we're already off and running. So I calls them as I sees them, and so I want you to be aware of all the things that are happening behind the scenes. And I want to read an article. Well, it's not really an article, but it's something that I found last night that I thought was worth mentioning to you. So I'm going to bring it up, and hopefully, if I'm up and you can hear me, everybody, that's good. But if you can't hear me, let me know if anything's out of shape or kilter. But what I'm going to be showing you here is this little interesting document here that I decided to copy because I liked what was said on this document in particular. And this is after an article that was written about SOFI, and it was a very good article that was, again, there's a lot of them coming out. People that are really breaking this stock down and taking a really close look at it, they realize the value that's there. And and I think all of these I also think all these institutions that are starting to come aboard, they realize it too, right? Why would these institutions be increasing, right, and buying more percentage of shares, right? The percentages of institutional ownership went from 23% to 29, almost 30, now 38. It's the 0.31, folks. They're adding position. They're adding SOFI. And the more these institutions buy, the less becomes available. Is one thing you have to keep in mind, as well as less is available if we've already got our sell orders in at higher numbers, which I often ask people to do. But I'm going to try to I guess we'll see if anybody, hey, DD Files, welcome. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate it very much. Ba-bam, boom, and do-do-do. All right. Yeah, so for that very reason, I shouldn't even be reading this document on this page. I'm going to pull it up here and move it over onto my other page right here. Boop. And there it is, just like that. And now we can look at the camera more while we're there than staring off to the side, right? So that's better. Getting better all the time. Hey, thank you for being here. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for liking this, and thank you for your comments that you might be going to leave or have and will. I want to make somebody King Cat today for the most valuable information, and we're going to look into some other information today here while you're with me. I thank you for being here. So investors should sell and get out of all. This is what this person commented after reading this article about SOFI that was very positive and very, very much like what's going on with Seeking Alpha, where they have an in-depth look at every portion of SOFI and all of their assets and gains and profits and so forth. So listen to this guy. He says, or gal, it could be a woman, investors should sell and get out of all consumer spending dependent companies and buy student loan lender SOFI. The student loan payment moratorium is ending. Average student loan monthly payment is more than $400 per month. Consumers will cut back on spending big time soon. All the consumer spending dependent companies like Apple, Microsoft, HP, Dell, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, Micron, Amazon, Tesla, GM, Ford, Broadcom, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Nike, Disney, Netflix, Qualcomm, Starbucks, PayPal, American Express, Visa, MasterCard, Best Buy, Costco, UPS, eBay, restaurants, airlines, retailers, hotels, etc. will all suffer. We will head into recession. But student loan lender SoFi will finally get paid fully and be able to do more student loan refinance business. That was why SoFi CEO bought a lot of CEO stocks recently. Super growth. SoFi just reported huge 37% revenue. Thank you for being here, Jay Reezy1 GM. I got you. Hearing you. I looked at it already. Slightly green. Nothing to jump up and down about it, but I looked at it this morning. I'll get over to it. We'll look at it. And thank you for being here, your comment and your direction to that stock. It says super growth. SoFi just reported huge 37% revenue growth. Yeah, I know that. It's amazing growth rate. And that was still under impact of student loan payment moratorium. Right. This is what I've been telling everybody when there was a lot of people on the board, on the Yahoo message board and other places saying, oh, well, SoFi, these student loans, what if the president just forgives them? What if they don't have to, that'll just really cry. I said, no, it won't. They're still making, and I went back to the chart to prove how much they've been making in the way of revenue and income and growth. Even without those student loans, they still pulled it off because they had diversified and gone in different channels. And, they morphed. And they went, okay, this is where we're at. They took it. They took the pitch, and when that curveball came, they changed their stance, and they opened up, and bam, they hit a home run. That's what they're doing right now. So we will. He does point out the best time for SoFi is still ahead. Right? I agree. SoFi is trading at super cheap price to sales ratio of only 4. Okay, most super growth stocks trade at price to sales ratios above 15. Folks, 4 to 15 is 4 times multiple. All right? So 4 times almost. 16 would be 4 times exactly, but I'm just saying it's close. So that's what I see here. In the short term even. And I mean short term within, 3 months. Because they took longer to run it down this time, 30%. They may take longer to push it up 30%. But I think it's going there, and I think today is just another day to show what I was saying was true, right? And so I read that to you. There it is. Bye-bye. And look at the price right here where we are. I want to pay attention to this number, what this number means for them. Okay? And that's all. Just be aware, be knowledgeable, be it's all. Many times it's just things that are done that they most don't even pay attention to, but I do. There it is, right there. Boom. You see there? All right. Just so you're aware of it, even though they're not caught up on what the new number for the sign of the beast is, it's 616. I've told everybody that. Go and look it up on Google. Mark of the Beast was a numerical number that matched Caligula. GM, I got it over here. See right here? Look, Jay Reezy. Uh-oh. Well, that's nothing. But look at him. Good call, maybe to get over on it while it's bumping down. Right now, I'll watch it. I'll be watching it. Yep. It's good to keep your eye on them when they, we're bottom feeding, right? That's what we're here for. Thank you. Jay Reezy, that's good. We'll keep an eye on that one. Keep popping in. I want you to look at this stock here, folks. It's called Agro. All right? And the reason I mention this to you is because they've made some move in a joint venture, and look what's happened on this 6-month chart. All right? Agro, Jacob Rainer. What's the low? Well, the low was, unfortunately, for the shorts 2 days ago. Okay? That was 789. All right? Jacob? That was the low. And then just like I called, the next day, the daggum low went up 19 cents, just like I called, because, by the way, this number 789 was 31%, the exact same amount they brought it down this time on May the 1st from this 654 down to this 459. And then when they really hit it with the May 15th Chiverini thing, they got it down to this figure, 445. So from where we were here at 654, if you go to that number right now, that's 31% down, folks, roughly. It's right there, right? You can do the math yourself, and you'll see I'm right on this. So they made a bunch of money shorting this at 654 that morning on 125,000 shares, and they ran it right on down after that earnings call. This is the May 1st earnings day when they released, and they went up from the close on Friday from 623 up to 654 where they were attacked. And folks, like I said, from that number here down to what happened on May the 15th, Dave Chiverini Day, we're going to call it Dave Day or something one of these days in the future. And that price right there achieved by an analyst who said the price target for SoFi was going to be $2.50. So anyway, that was really the low right there, Jacob. You see it right there. I'm showing you the low of this stock, the lowest, and it wasn't the lowest it ever was, believe it or not. Just a few months earlier, it was down in the 430 range. Okay, so anyway, but that was when, after it went to that low of 430 range, it made a recovery off of that. And if you folks don't know what I'm talking about, here we go. Look at this. There was the low right there. December 28th, 2022. And I believe that Anthony Noto bought stock on that date as well. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing that he bought on that date. And I was wondering, wonder why he came in heavy there. Well, there it is, 424, and he once again defended his stock. Wait a minute, let's make sure we're right there, that it never went below that. And it didn't. So that was it. That was the low, 424. Can you imagine buying in right there on that price? They've doubled their money already, haven't they? Where are we now? 822. We hit the bottom. Goodness gracious. And golly, folks, I want you to be aware of something. If you refresh this page here for the highs and lows, that this is very, very, very commendable. And what I expected exactly is after they did get to the same low amount, and that number I just showed you from May the 1st, earnings release down to that 445 on D-Day. I don't know what we're going to call it. David Chiverini Day. That low, I point out to people from that number, it went to 1023. 1023, and it did that in exactly 1 month. 1 month, because it was, the date? May 15th, June 14th, 1023, up 55%. So I pointed out to people, well, guess what? Here's what they've done with this stock. They made a boatload when they shorted it at 654 and made it go down to 459, and then it went back up a little. But then when it got to 445, when they got it down to there from that short at 654, they had made 31%. Then they turned and went long on it and got it up to 1023, and that is a 55% gain from the number of 445. Okay, so I'm just showing you that they made 31% on the way down. Then they turned around and made a 55% gain. So now they're up 86%. And then they pulled it back down to 771, folks. That's 24%. So 86 and 24 now at 110% they've made. And then the thing went all the way up here to 1013. Well, that's 24% to the upside. So I show you now they're at 150% roughly up, and from 1013 work it down to 894 2 days before the earnings call. That's 24% again. Now you're at 175%, and then from that figure it jumps to 1170, right? And folks, this is just making huge money on SoFi, huge money on SoFi, and then a walk down of 30% from that. So you're around 200% right now, folks. Does this make sense to everybody? I hope so. what I'm showing you. It does to me. It makes perfect sense, and perfect sense why they'll just do it all again. The playbook has been just spread out, and now they're showing the game in slow-mo. Instead of, like I said, instead of back here on May the 1st, when they did the 4-day takedown from there to 459, on Great News May the 1st, they beat, I show people over here on this right side what they did on May the 1st. You can see it over here, right here, May the 1st. Oops, I got two on the same thing. I want to get back to the summary page. But yeah, the low, we already hit the low big time, 423. And look at it bouncing right here off of this right here. It bounced off of 823, folks. Nice. Right. So that's a very nice improvement off lows, yesterday's low, isn't it? Right? Right? You can see the gain, and I called it. I said it was going to happen. And they're showing right now a low of 821, okay? But still, folks, 808 to 821. How much is that? That's 13 cents, isn't it? Right? This is 13 cents right here. Just mentioning it to you. I believe it is. Because 818 is 10, and 21 is 3, right? 13. Just so you're aware of it, and then bam, it's shooting off of that. Again, it's going to turn and run off of that higher low. And it's amazing how I knew that was going to happen. And amazing how many others, I guess, hopefully came along with me and started buying 3 days ago. Congratulations if you did. And so we might see, actually, Jacob, I want to say something else. You know, I don't sit here and buy these stocks at these numbers that we've been buying for the last few days in heavy numbers. So even if, but somebody finally fell apart at 955 because the dang thing went to 1170 after that. Whoever had that 955 thing, they threw in the towel and said, shit on this, let's run with it. Right? Bought and went low. They returned their shares and then went long. Made a boatload of money if they bought in on Thursday, 2 days before the earnings call came out, because that was sure manipulated down to get in at that price. And I said it when I watched it happen all day Thursday afternoon, evening. I said, man, this looks like accumulation to me. And then Friday, when it started making its way up and it kept going, I said, I knew it. Just accumulate, and they're still accumulating then, and we can prove it because we can go over and see how many institutions came aboard. So right now, we're going to go take a look at that. Thank you for being here with me. Got 8 folks here. I want to say thank you very, very much, and we're going to go over and look at institutional ownership because I like to keep track of that. And so we're going to go here, boom, bookmarks, boop. There we go, institutional owners shared, and we're going to find it quickly this time, because we're not going to make the mistake. I wrote it down. I did it twice yesterday just to make sure I could get through this quickly. And GM, where are we at with GM? It's made a bounce, folks. GM has hit the bottom, I think. Bottomed out. I guess that's 33.13. Let me see. Where did it hit? 33.16. They tried. But yeah, when I don't see, when they can't get to the number there, to me, that's a positive sign, so that's why I look to go in there. If you're looking at it right now, going green, it looks like. About to turn green right this time, and we look at it. And the volume is very low, and, well, I would say pretty much average, I guess, with 13 million average, but this isn't a cheap stock, so the volume is going to be low comparative to where we are in SOFI, right, or any others. So anyway, wow. This looks good, though. This has turned the corner. It's definitely making the move up. And I don't think it's going back. So I'm going to go ahead and make a move in here. I'm going to move in. Moving in on it. Moving on up. Yeah, I just feel too good about the look of it right there. I'm going to get a little bit. Get a little bit. Get a little bit of SOFI for me. All right, let's get some. Oh, yeah, we're plenty here. Plenty. And I want to thank you for being here with me. I really do appreciate it as we're taking a look at what I predicted would happen, and that is SoFi seen day after day going up. And a new high. And look at that. Isn't that interesting? 829, 833, 846. And we're not done with this yet. This high is not, just like yesterday, I told you we weren't going to stop at that 829, didn't I? And where did we go? To 833. Boom. Right? And now we're at the heat of the moment, more or less, for them coming at it. Let's go see if they're using any volume to do it with. 1 day chart. We're right here on it. We're going to refresh this page so we can see what's happened here very recently. And I appreciate you being with me looking at the 1 day chart. And let's go look at the candlesticks and the volume and what's been used. What's going on? What's happening? It's sitting here toggling on me. Look at this stock right here, though, folks. Keep an eye on this agro, okay? I'd highly suggest you look at this stock. That's the 6-month chart. Here's the 1 month chart. And you see where it is right now. It's tipping the scale of the highest it's ever been. I bring it to your attention because I looked back at this. I said, man, if it goes beyond that number there, we might see a real run on this stock. All right, because it looks like a shorted spot, okay? Heavily shorted to look at that drop from there. From 11.11, by the way. Look where they take it all the way down to. Whew. Nice 30% decline. Huh, an amazing number, 30. What about that? And then you did it again here, bam, and hit that resistance, and then off it went, folks. So watch it. Watch aggro. It breaks beyond this. It could be going into the outer limits. AGRO, I'm bringing it to your attention, folks. And we can get over here to the statistics on it, just so we can get a little bit more in depth and take a closer look at aggro. Look over here. Look down here. 52-week change up 15% right now. 52-week high, 11.15. There it is, folks. I think I just saw it hit 11.15 right before we switched over to this. So there it is, the high. Maybe just got achieved just then, right then. Wish I'd have got here a second sooner. I thought I did see it just hit 11.15. I actually did. Right before we switched over. Huh. All right. Here they go over here. You can see 6 buyers, 1 strong buy, 1 hold. Look at everybody downgrading them. Oh, God. Morgan Stanley just upgraded them. Last 7/17/23. Underweight to equal weight. All right, well, I'm just telling you about them, folks. You don't have to buy it a bunch or anything like that. But I'm going to get some of this rundown price on SoFi. We're going to pick it up here at this low again. They got it to 821 last time. It's time to come in. Log in. And I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for checking out what I'm checking out and checking into. We're going to institutional owners here. Institutional ownership. Taking a look at institutional ownership, folks. Keeping an eye on it. Now it's gone from 693 to 692. Just so you're aware of it. 1 got out. 32 long short. Probably took some profit because, dang, making some good money off of that low already. 822. Let's make sure and write it down and keep track of it. 22, 692. Get back over here. There we go. 692, 640 long, 20 short. And we got how many both directions? Short and long positions. 32. Smart of them to be doing that, I think, to go long and short on it. Maybe us as well. Just saying, hey, thank you for being here, everybody. I'm checking out right now. I'm keeping track of institutional ownership, which is very important, I think, to do, to keep track of that. And especially if you see a lot of them leaving. And we're going to go down now here to owners, 694, and it was B under this one right here. They've changed it. Yesterday I had a different thing there I was looking under, but I'm going to click on it now. That's right. They change it, mix it up. But that's the same one, I'm pretty sure. And then we should be able to see, there it is, MX SOFI right here, boom. That's what I should be clicking on. And now we're going to click on shares to see the big boys. Here we go. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Because usually there's another screen that pops up, or was yesterday, wasn't there? And then you could click on the word shares, and then it would tell you who had the most shares. 693 total is still highlighted there. And I know that I was clicking on this, MX SOFI, to get there. Stubborn little booger today. Let's try it one more time. Maybe they're down here. Maybe I just need to be more patient. Yeah, here we go. Just need to be a little more patient. Scroll down a little bit. And then you click over here on shares. Right? Boom. Shares. That shows you the least amount of shares. And this one shows you the most. Yep. Still the same top numbers. I'm writing them down and keeping track of what they're holding because I think it's good to know when they make changes and who's doing what and how they're doing it. So, just to do a reference to make sure, Vanguard's still holding exactly. BlackRock's still holding exactly. Silver Creek, yep, same exact. Shaw. Where are they? Oh, down here, 15,537. Yep, same. There's some others that came in, and they're still holding the same, I'm sure. That's VTSMX, and that's 23. Yep, 23056, correct. That's right. NAESX, 19,553, correct. Susquehanna. Yep, 16,604. All those people still holding the exact same number of shares. And but tracking it, because when others come in and we see increases there of institutional ownership, we should be paying close attention to that. Thank you for being here. Oh yeah, business motivation. Thank you for your presence. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know you're here and tuned in to what I'm showing folks. And today what I was checking just now, obviously, was this. About SOFI and institutional ownership. We keep track of that for sure. It's one of the indicators for me. I like to follow the money. Didn't see any changes in institutional ownership at all. Well, they did. Actually, we saw one, I must say. There was one that actually bowed out. I don't know if they were shorting it and bowed out of it or what, but one. We saw a change of one. It went from 641 to 640. But maybe they are deciding to move it over into something right now that's on a quick run. And I want you to look at this stock here, folks. This is called Agro. The reason I bring it to your attention is because it's really starting to make a move. And I'm bringing it to your attention because maybe you want to pick up some of this. It says Coagro, and this is South American company, by the way. They're down in South America. And this was yesterday, their earnings call transcript. And as you can see, it's being absorbed well by the public. As a matter of fact, the price right now hit a new high of 11.16. So that's why I bring it to your attention. I'm not usually buying stocks on their highest number, however. But if it pulls back a little bit from here, might want to keep an eye on it because, folks, this thing, if you look at the 6-month chart on it, folks, that's some nice impressive growth, okay? Look where it was, 7 to 11, all right? And that's in 6 months. That's very SOFI-ish. Good gain. So I bring it to your attention. Watch it. Maybe keep an eye on it. Look at the volume on it. It's nothing like ours. And it's, there you go. Just one to keep an eye on. I've said some other ones to you over the past that have turned out to be very profitable, I'm sure. Some of you would admit. We'll look up one of them right now, which is called RBT. Let's see where it is today. Woo, a nice buying opportunity. Folks, this thing was 30-something cents when I showed it to everybody a month and a half ago. Same time as SoFi, I came up with RBT. It was 30-something cents. Want to look at the chart and see what I'm telling you is true. And I own it because this company had so much inside ownership and institutional ownership. It's outrageous how high it is. So, anyway, let's look at the news. I guess we will see if they have had any news. Announces termination of SEPA, continued execution of strategic financial objectives. Okay, that was 2 hours ago, and that's why they're down 9%. I'm glad I looked at this right now, folks. This is only a 61-cent stock, folks. Down 10% on that news. Okay. Fine enough. Another one that I was showing back 2 months ago was this one here. Carnival. It was around 11:50 when I started showing it to folks. You can look at the 6-month chart. Right about here, May, right mid-May, right at the same time I came in with my video started. I was following this one. So congratulations for those of you that came with me on that one there, have gotten in on this boat. And you're doing very well, and congratulations. Well, we got 8 folks over here. Thank you for being here. Business Motivation. What I'm showing people is a few other stocks to keep their eyes on. We've had a suggestion of GM, and it did hit the bottom and now has turned green. Whether or not it will remain and continue to climb off this number because they just announced cutting back yesterday, 222 jobs, or something like that, being removed. And so they're cutting back, and maybe that'll save them some money, not having so much overhead costs to pay these executives and people they didn't really need, as it turns out. Maybe they were just friends of the family and stuff. Who knows? I don't know. They cut them all back, and they don't need them. Isn't that something? Go to a company, work for them, work, go to work, clock in, do your thing, clock out, paid, work hard, boom, you're gone. Well, cutting back. Hey, look at that, 817. Let's hear it for them. They got another lower low. It's at 1030. What do you know? You got a ways to go, folks. You get this thing lower than yesterday's low, I'm afraid. And as I've already told you, folks, when they can't break one, they'll try to break the other. So there's no way to stop the high from being higher today. They can't. What are they going to do there? Nothing. This is the only thing they can come after is the low here. They've already conceded the high is a higher high. If they can't get a lower low, it'll be another day with a higher high and a higher low. And I called this, folks. Higher highs and higher lows is where we're going to be goes. Didn't rhyme, was horrible, but that's right, folks? Higher highs, higher lows could be 18 days in a row. Just like it did before from May the 5th and then May the 15th. How many days was it up? I counted them out. 17 out of 21, 18 out of 22. Just up and up and up. And we're going to see it all happen again. History doth repeat itself. History doth repeat itself. And for those of those that paid attention to what I was saying and how they were going to do it, which they did exactly.
That was easy.
And it was very easy for them as well to make. Right now about 200% is where I figured it up so far, giving the numbers that I gave. Yep, I have them here all on papel. Show you here. It's quite amazing. Quite amazing. Where did I put my percentage gain sheet? It's here somewhere, buried in here on the backs of the middles of one of these sheets. Boy, have they done well lately. Have they done well lately? They have just went. Here it is. So talk about manipulating a stock to your advantage. For those who don't know and haven't heard, here it is in a nutshell. I'm going to break it down for you. Here was the price on May the 1st, the day Friday before earnings call, when they beat the street again. May the 1st, they beat the street. You can see that. I've shown you before on this main page here. Those of you maybe that are new, here's what they did. Their estimates were right here, and they were way up here. This is the date of that call. The last call we had, we just met the street, by the way. This time, before we had beat the street on May the 1st. So check out this. On May the 1st, when the price came out that they beat the street, it jumped from the prior day. It went, you can say, on the 28th from 623, jumped up to 654, okay? That's not a huge pop, by the way. But then after it hit that number, folks, from 654 down to 445, right here, this number that you see, the low of right there, I calculated it out. That's a 30% gain. So after they came at it with a huge attack, they made 30%. Then turned it around, folks, and off of that 30%, it went up 55% to this number, 1023, right? So now they're up 85%. Then they ran it back down, folks, to 771. Look at this number. And I've done the math here. That's a 24% gain, all right? That was probably on the triple decker downgrade. I don't know. We had Piper, Bank of America, and Oppenheimer, all of them hit at the same time. There's 771. So that's the gain there. So we had the 30% gain on the short, then the 55% gain up to 1023, then another 24% gain to drop it to 771. And then what did it go to after 771? Back up to 1013, folks. Back up to 1013. Look at that. How much of a gain is that? Well, from 771 to 1013 is 24%, right? So, man, you keep adding this up, folks. Just look here. And then after they got it to 1013, they dropped it to 894. I'll show you. At 1013, it went to 894 right there 2 days before the earnings call. All right? And on that fall from 1013 to 894 was an 11% more gain for them. And then after that price, it went up to 1170, folks. And that is a 31% gain for a total gain. Before now, we go up another 55%. Right now, it's at 175% on SoFi's shoulders. That's probably one of the biggest profiters of any of the stocks out there right now. I'm guessing. I don't know, but man, does what I'm saying here make sense to everybody? I think it should. I don't know. But there's some other things going on here, folks, behind the scenes. And somebody was just saying, Double K called in this morning, right when I was getting ready to fire this thing up, saying that Morgan Stanley has upgraded or maintained or something. Morgan Stanley just upgraded or something. I don't know. But that have to be something we look at. Let's see what the headlines say. SoFi's earning report was rock solid. Here's why the stock is a screaming buy. It sure is. Yep, you break it down, folks, you'll find out. You'll see. You'll all be seeing. And look at here. The Dow's down 120. The NASDAQ holding barely. The Russell down. And where we were just treading water here at the takedown time, 10:30. Look what time it was here. 10:20. Boom. And now bottom was achieved for today's day session right there, folks. Look at what it was. They're trying to hear at 8:16, folks. Well, that's not good for them. That's not good for them because that makes me Mr. Correct so far still, because it was 808 low, 789 low. So off of this low that was 31% down right there from the high of 1017, that number right there, folks, from 1170 to that 789 was 31% again. So these 30% swings are just candy, taking candy from a baby. And now a 45% swing up from this number, my call. From this number. Actually 55% if history repeats itself, as it often does, right? So thank you for being here for that analogy. I'm showing you why it's still my belief, and I've explained to others why I think we're going to see SoFi go for a nice run, and that's because of so many shorted positions far below where we are here. There's a lot of them they're holding and hoping and wishing and praying. But now as this thing starts, it's gradual ascent. And folks, I want to mention, even with the historical data that I'm showing you here, when you go back to May the 15th, these closing prices weren't always up. They were most of the time. See, even from May 15th to the 16th, they had it down a penny, right? And then it went up 20 cents. Then it went up to 507. Then look at the close. See, 497. But then it was right back on track the next day. 526, 529, 531. Then a little pullback, close, okay? So not here to tell you every single day is going to be move up in a row, because that's not how it works. We all know that, right? But what I am here to tell you is that this is going to be the trend up, okay? What we saw right here from that May 15th down lowest day, it just continued to climb, and I see that same thing unfolding here now in front of us. And you can see it. Well, you can definitely see that we've now achieved a higher high, third day in a row. And that's not an oddity, and that shouldn't be really a surprise to anybody. Especially seeing that we know now more institutions just came in, don't we? 9 more last week. Don't know when they came in exactly. I guess you could go to SEC to determine that. But one thing's for sure. This is a very solid new low for us right here, holding up extremely well. 816, I'll take it. Cha-ching. Those that were buying, 50 cents lower than where we are now 2 days ago. What else is going on? Let's go. I'm going to keep an eye on this RBLX too, because I want to see. I think it's a buying opportunity here. Look at that summary page. They sure worked it down on that news. It's plateauing right now. That's a capitulation right there, what you're seeing, folks. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit too. Rubicon. All right. Well, you can see over here what they've done with their revenue. This company knows how to make money. 509 million up to 539 million, 583 million, 675 million. They're growing well. Growing literally, because they're growing vegetables and food for the world, which there's such an underabundance of, and the prices are outrageous in the stores right now and stuff. So I think they're in a good market, don't you? Maybe. And expanding, they're also expanding. But anyway, hey, look here. This is also what is that shape right there called? Those of you, I've told you before, that's absolute cup and handle. There's no question about it. We know what it looks like on the one-day chart. An absolute, undeniable cup and handle here at 1045. All right? I can't pass that up. I'm going to buy on the cup. I'm buying on the cup, buying on the cup. And I'm going to I want to log in. Please allow me to get in here now because I can see where this is turning already. Folks, this is where you should be waiting in, maybe. Just my thoughts. Might be time to make a decision here. Now they could take it lower also at lunchtime, so I'm just saying, don't necessarily we're not diving. We're not diving in. Huh. We're up and running here. You guys got a stream. It says excellent condition, and for whatever reason, what in the world is happening here? Huh. Very interesting. There we go. Maybe that's what it is here. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, got a technical difficulty, so I'm going to be restarting. And you know what? Sometimes, I look at things that happen in life, and you can get upset about them and go, oh, man, I'm missing an opportunity, blah, blah, blah. Sometimes things happen for a reason. So I've actually seen before where I was getting frustrated about something not going through for me, and I really was starting to get wound up about something not executing the way I wanted, and it turned out to be to my favor. So, sometimes I don't get worked up about that kind of thing anymore. Sometimes I think there can be divine intervention. Just my belief. Want to thank you all for being here right now. We don't have any music playing. We're just doing our show and got a cool time going on here while we watch the price make its move off this cup and handle. And the reason I'm trying to buy right here and now is because there is a cup and handle formation on it, and but we could see a drop from that handle at 11:15. So I'm not diving in here. I want to be careful, be a little cautious. I'm watching the volume. I like where we are. It's a nice, slow, steady, constant volume. And right now, I see capitulation. I see a cup and handle form. So that's why I'm picking some up here, right here. And I want to thank you for being here while we make money buying on the low. Somebody asked me earlier, what's the low going to be? Where's the SOFI low? Well, I explained to them that was a long time ago already. Unfortunately, for those, and especially for those that shorted it, look back here what the low was. I'll show it to you. You can go all the way back to the lowest that there was. And that was right here when the price was, come on, we'll get on down to it. It was lower than this. There it is. Here we are. The low, SOFI, 425. What was it? 424. There we go. 424. That's the low. There you go. So now you know. That was Jacob asking, what's the low? It was 424. And that was on December the 7th, 2022. And there you go. So you can see what the low was. What do we got over here? Yep, that's right. And on that day that it hit 424 for the low, guess what? The next day it only went up a penny. Then 6 cents. Then down a little bit, okay? Then up, all right? You can see these, and then up, and then down a little. And it gradually started to get some steam to it, but it stayed down here in this range. And then 466, 478, then up over 5, And folks, then we started to see some interest. We started to see a little more volume. It started going, oh man. And you can just watch and see. It was gradual and slow, and that's what we want to see here. The volume's not high and heavy. Not high and heavy. But look at this. The day before here, it was 604 and then jumped to 701. January 30th. Opened up February 1st, and it was 747, 824, going. And this is on moderate and good volume, what we're seeing right now. So just, you see the tradition of this stock. It has the capability, folks. And then they came at it in April, all this time, all that time, and then May when they knocked it down 30% from 654 to the 459. And then they got it on down on Chivrini Day. That was the lowest it was, 445. But anyway, you can just see it right there. That was the low that it ever was. Just a history for you. Martian Brax, I don't understand why it dropped so much. Yeah. Well, why it dropped was because, and it's interesting because when you look at all the accumulation of the institutions were piling in, the price was dropping that whole time. The institutions were accumulating a lot of shares. If you go here and look over at this chart, let me see if I can get back to it. We'll get to, I'll find it here in a second. There's a chart that pops up over here where you can see what they were doing. Here it is right here. Look at this. Right here. Look back to 2021. Look at this. And Clark, my day job gets in the way of my SOFI watching. Ha ha. I missed my shot at 8, but got back in at 824 today. It's okay. I'll just sit and hold now for at least a couple points. There you go. I got you, man. All right, I'm with you in Clark. That's right. We got some, and it's going higher. I'm showing people why. I had somebody just ask me, Martian Brax asked me why it dropped so much. Well, it's interesting to see that the price was dropping. This is the price line while they were accumulating the crap out of it here. All during this late December 21st. I showed you the low when it was just now, right? And look at the amount of institutions that were piling in on this as the price just continued to jog down and down and down and down and down. With all this buying going on by institutions, it just didn't make sense. Or does it? Does it make perfect sense? Maybe it does. And now we're getting even more institutions starting to gain positions. I've proven it. I showed you how many institutions have come in the last month. 30 more. 30 more institutions have piled in the last month, folks. So follow the money is what I say. And on the daily takedowns where we are here, this, by the way, this price is not low. This is higher than yesterday's at this time. Okay? If you want to see what I mean, here it is. Martian Brax, look at the price yesterday where the low was right here, 808, and the day before 789. So what the question you should be asking, Martian, is why is it going up so much? Not I don't understand why it dropped so much. But I don't know if you mean why it dropped so much today, Martian, or why it dropped so much from what it was a year and a half ago, because it was at $24 after the IPO within a few months after that. If you want to go back here and look at the technical chart, I'll be happy to show it to you. Look right here on the 2-year chart on this stock. And I'd love to show it to you because when you look down here, this is what's amazing. Look at how low the volume was on the 2-year chart. Look how low it was when the price was up there in the 20s. All right? And this is interesting because here when it was making $10 swings, there was no volume. You can't even see the candlesticks over here when it was going up here from $25 down to $15 and then back up to $23, and you can't see the candlesticks. Now look at the volume coming in, and here's what I tell everybody. Look how many people were shorting it from the price right here at $13.89. There was a big buy that day, green candlestick, must have been good news, and then the shorters started piling in. Look at all this red. Shorted it here, shorted it at 10, massively shorting it from 10 down to 6, massively shorting it from 7 all the way down to 5, massively shorting here from 5 all the way down in the mid-4s. And so all these positions they shorted here at 13 are averaged at 7. They're not up here anymore. They piled in so much at 10, piled so much at 8, piled so much at 6, piled so much at 5. that their average now is at 7 and 8. That's my thinking, and I don't think they've sold those shares and returned them. I think they're still paying the interest, many. Now, that being said, when you look at the institutional ownership here, Martian, be aware the institutional ownership is gaining by leaps and bounds. There's more and more buying up shares, and they're buying up large quantities. The more shares are bought by institutions, and now you can see the turn. You can barely see the black line over here, but I'm going to follow my cursor, and I'll highlight it so if you can't see it very well, it dropped down to here, then up to here, then it dropped down to here, then up a little, then up, down, and here. They're just, look at how big the spikes are. They're buying the crap out of this stock, right? They're piling in on it, and then down, down, down. They're still piling in, because I think what they were doing was they have enough money to just buy massive amounts and then just sell it to each other the next day. Buy a massive amount, sell it all down, just buy a massive at the end, at the close, sell it all down, and kept running it down. And then here's where the turn hit. Boom. Now look at it going up. All of those institutional shares being held right there by people just waiting to make profits. And they're making profits. Believe me, Vanguard and BlackRock are making money on this stock. If you go to their institutional ownership, you'll see how much they've made. You'll see their profits, right? And how much ownership percentage they have. You can see right here, they're up 27.88%, right? That's what I saw. I don't know. It could be wrong. Fund sentiment score. They're probably right there in the high, but I don't have a subscription, can't show you that. But I am showing you, folks, that there's a reason institutions are coming in on this stock, and it's because, and reason why the price is going back up. And look at this number right here. I want you to pay attention to what 823 means to them, okay? When you see that number, 823, see that number? There you go. I'm pointing it out to you, and it's the reason it was here too, folks. You see right here. They tried it there too. In Clark, Dennis Deals had a nice vid yesterday about how media sentiment has shifted more positive recently. It feels like it could run a bit, but who knows? I just don't want to miss it over a few cents. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's it. Do you really want to miss it out over a few cents? I don't think so. But hey, thank you for being here and witnessing what is another day of a new higher low. And I called it when it got to the low, and it was down 30%, and they had done it over 14 days. I said, this is it, folks. That's the very bottom. And we're going to see now an increase, and to many people's dismay, of as much as 55% in a month, or to a month and 2 weeks. And people will think I'm nuts, but hey, so far I haven't been so nuts with my call. With what happened in this price right here, and I assessed it and I broke it all down, and I've shown everybody it's repeat of history. But instead of what they did on May the 1st on earnings day, running it from 654 to 445 in just 10 days of trading, folks. That's all it took them to get from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days of trading. They ran it down 30%. This time they took 14 days of trading to do it. Right? And the thing that's interesting is that if you look at how they ran it down last time, 30%, we beat the street last time. This time we only met, and they were still only able to achieve a 30% rundown on meeting the street. Isn't that an interesting little thing to take note of? We should have dropped 35% just meeting instead of beating like we had done the last 8 quarters in a row. Just something to point out to you, pay attention to. It should have fallen further, but instead there's so much strength behind this, so much momentum, so many eyes on it right now. I believe a lot of institutions have come over and said, yeah, that's a good buy opportunity at below $10. Let's come on in, pile on in, run it right on up. And you can see what's happening now. Only down 3 cents, folks. Oh boy, this thing's going to go green. And if they can't, here's the thing I tried to tell folks earlier too. When you saw this historical data, there were many, many days where they could not get the low lower than the day before. So they would go after the high. And then once the high, if it blew past their number, then they try to take the low lower. And you can see it right here is a perfect example. There's several of them where they try to get the low lower if the high got overrun. And that was something that they were commonly doing. And I see them try to attempt that even as we speak here. Because see, from 841, they smashed the high, and this was the low, but then the next day, the 833 high was higher and the 808 was higher. And the next day, the 846 was higher, the 821 higher. So folks, this is starting to run into the pattern that I said I thought we'd be seeing. And that you can't deny that it's happening right now. I don't think we're going to get below 808 today. Does anybody think that at lunchtime when this thing's already starting to move at 1101? And the volume is just steadily pouring in on it. Thank you for being here. I think if you share in what I feel, then you come in with me when we see this opportunity. And that's what I did. Been putting up we're trying. We had to restart here. See if we can get this thing to work. Because I want to get it here. All right. Yeah. And I know they've been coming at this thing at 11:15 every day. I'm aware of it. Very interesting. Huh. Just give me a moment here, working on some technical stuff, I guess. Not sure what is happening here. And I might have a little bit of latency. Hey, Kimchi Bacon, Tesla on fire. I hear you. Over here. Let's see it. Show me what on fire is. Yesterday it was up 6% when he said that. How much are they up today? Let's go take a look at them. Maybe we can get some people to come on over with you. Tesla's a little pricey, Kimchi, but we'll look at it. Whoop, yep. Still moving up, yep. Moving on up. Now it'd be a 10% gain basically over the last 2 days. I don't know where it ended up yesterday. I didn't see if it closed near the high or not. Yeah. Definitely very nice. A nice little move right on up. That's stair-stepping, folks. That's called stair-stepping. If you got the cojones, come on over into Tesla. Looks very good with a cup and handle on it as well. Forming right now. Looks like to me. Yep. Now be careful. Don't dive in. Just like I say, never dive in. Thank you. Thank you for letting us. Hey, Rolling Dubs. All right. Didn't see you pop in there. I missed you. Dang it, I don't get to highlight you. Gary, right now, okay, what is he saying? Gary says, right now I'm referring to the short term. Okay, yep. Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on. Did my feed just end here? Very interesting. Let's get this out of here. Boom. What in the world am I looking at there? Get over here to my live stream. Boom. There it is. That's the ticket. Now we're back. Sorry I missed you for a moment. Jacob, PLTR. Okay. Bam. I like that one, you know. PLTR. Let's go see if it's a star shooting through the sky to Mars. Let's go see PLTR. Oh, yeah. There we go. Very nice. Good call. Very good. Yep, you know, I was talking about this thing with Sofi when Miss Wood went in, Kathy Wood. Yes, Jacob PLTR. Yes, there we go. Hey, thank you, and Clark, for letting me know about Danny Dills. Sentiment has shifted more positive recently. Good. I'm glad to see that. That's very good to know. And let's see. He says it feels like it could run a bit, but who knows? I don't want to miss it. Yep, gotcha, PL. Hey there, Arvin. Welcome, hello, and welcome to you. Thank you for being here. Boom, ba-bam, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, thank you for dropping in on what we're showing everyone. And today we're showing some interesting stocks. GM is continuing to drop. We had someone mention it yesterday, so I'm just keeping an eye on it. But yeah, Look at PLTR starting to move past 15. Careful here. It could come back to 1493, 1497. There it is. Bam. They like that number. So watch it. Be careful. All right. But this is something to watch because we could spring from that 1493 and then we'll see 1488. Watch it possibly. There it is, 1493. I told that number, see, once you see these things pop fast, those big round numbers, that's one of their favorites, 93 and 88 as well. So that's why I threw it out. You see this old fart, he knows what he's talking about. Big old King Cat, sometimes he knows the numbers they try to achieve once we bust through things and where you can put your buy orders in below. So good move on that one. Good moving there. And agro is about to punch past maybe its 52-week high again right now. So just keep an eye on agro, folks. I'm wanting you to watch that. This has been run down today. A good buy opportunity on RBT, I do believe, because they've scaled back something. They announced the termination of SEPA and continued execution of strategic financial objectives. That didn't fall well on the ears of the public, and a good chance to buy some more up cheap, even though it was 30-something cents when I brought it up a month and a half ago, same time as I started covering SoFi. But some people came in with me on RBT and made a boatload of money. That's right, because if you don't believe that, look at the 6-month chart and see what it did. Boom! Went all the way up to $1.73, folks. Man, look at this thing pull back, though, and where's that level? Even with that one right there. See that niche? All right, there it was before. It's been here before. It's been right there before, and then right back on up. All right? Just letting you know. RBT, folks. Watch it. Get a few. 61 cents a share, man. What can you get with $10, or 100, right? It's a good buy. I think it's a good buy opportunity right there. I'm just saying. Keep your eye on it. Just like I think SoFi is a good buy right here. 8 cents. Yes, sir. 8 cent down, holding up very well. We already saw where the bottom was right here, folks. Bam. That was it. Congratulations for their achievement of 816. But now, folks, I'm afraid we're going to see a continued climb on this stock all afternoon. Even through the lunchtime, we might see it continue to build because I sure like what I'm seeing right here. And I like the fact that it's on low volume. See, that's what I've already said. I said it when I saw it on Friday, on Monday, and I see it today. Low volume and price rising is KOD, kiss of death for shorters. There's nothing worse than to see very low volume comparatively and the price rising day after day after day. That's what we would prefer, folks, believe me, over panic craziness, all right? We really don't need the Reddit boys or the Wall Street bets folks to start getting involved in this. I'd rather they stay clear of my little SoFi and let us just keep it right where it is and going up 55% over the next month and a half without their assistance or help, right? Now, if they did come in, folks, we'd cha-ching, right? We'd all just be riding high with them. But if they don't, doesn't matter because this thing is going to make the move that I called for anyway, in my call, in my belief. Jacob Raber, also PayPal looks like it's breaking out. Okay. Thank you. Keep an eye on that. Let's do it. Let's get over there. Well, it needs to. Golly, is that thing tumbled? Man, oh man. PayPal. Yep, someone else mentioned it the other day. Let's go over and glance at it and see what it's doing. Let's see what it's doing. PayPal. Doop. Not that this will be doing anything, but I used to watch it. There we go. Search. Come on. No, we don't want trending tickers. We've got something in here already. There it is, right there. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what it says. Okay. Yep. We're not done yet. 5 million. Man, look at that. That's good. Careful. This is the catfish show. We're supposed to be buying at the bottom. Jacob, you should have told me about that about 10 o'clock. Jacob, I know you were here right around there, though. See, I see you said, what's the low? Well, the low on PayPal was right there. And man, has it sure broken off 59.64 in a hurry. That's a nice little pop right there. Good call. Got to keep our eyes on it, folks. You might want to jump in for a little run there. It's definitely making a move. Look at that thing. Steamroller, baby. Steamrolling uphill. What's the break? 6 hours ago, new U.S. buyback tax hit companies with $3.5 billion burden. What? New U.S. buyback tax hits companies with $3.5 billion burden. You know what's a burden is giving away money to other countries and our oil as well. Selling it out to other folks. A new 1% tax on stock buybacks is starting to increase companies' anticipated tax burdens to the tune of over $3.5 billion. Well, that's their headline underneath them. I guess that affects them in a positive way. Should help us too, right? Watch this. Look at this number right here. See what the number is? Be aware of the games. Right there. Boom, boom, boom. They don't know it's supposed to be 616, or they'd be trying for that real hard too. Look at these numbers clicking away. 7,559,560, 564, 569, 577, 578. This is just refreshing right now, folks. For me, not when I refresh the page, it starts clicking through there. Man, look at the size of the buys. That was 40,000 shares, and it's clicking through them quicker. Now we're getting into real time here, I think. 825. Oh my goodness. 7,637,756. 756. And folks, this thing is continuing to make nice improvements at an adverse time. 11:15, they've been coming at this, and now we are seeing a rise in price, and the clicker has gotten very, very active. Jacob bought 12,000 of 8 stocks this morning. Been busy. Whoa. All right, Jacob. Dang, ring the bell for Jacob. And hoping that you made the right decisions at the right time. And if you're buying SoFi right here, you sure as shit did. Because this thing is starting to make a nice little ping pong pop. And I like what I'm seeing with this thing going right on up. And look at the size. These buys coming in here. 7,730,000. There's 3,000. Yeah, I already told you about that number. Look at the threes come flowing in. 772, 775. There's 3,000. All right, watch them. 777, 783, 5,000, 78. Man, we got some movement going on here, folks. 480 shares of SoFi. Woo! There you go. All right, nice. We're going to pop in here. Boom. We're going to King Cat, and we're going to put in here headline. Whoa, and here we go. Cha-ching. King Cat. All right, here we go. Jacob, you're going to be King Cat for right now, my man. Yes, indeed. Jacob is the King Cat of the day with that right there. And, wow, how cool is that? There we go. Yes, indeed. We recognize those who need to be recognized. And now, so when I take a little break, Jacob's going to be King Cat of the day right there when I step away for my little break. Maybe have some grapes or something for breakfast. So there you go. Now we're going to go back to the main page, right? All right. There you go. And thank you for being with me, everybody. I appreciate it very much. And now let's get back over here to the action. Back to the action. So there you go for buying. And that's going to be our pinned comment for the day right here. Boom. And for now, you're going to be the top pinned message. There you go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. A good time to be buying it, too, if you purchase that thing at the 817, 818, whatever. And, folks, I still think there's a possibility they come at this at lunchtime. As I've already said, we've normally seen 11:15 through 12:15 or so downtime. So we're just going to wait here and wait and watch. I've got my tablet all fired back up again. And what we got is an issue here. I'm not sure what is happening. Boop. Okay. Well, very interesting. Here we go. I think we're about to figure this out. All right. Okay. Now let's see what we got. Boom, boom. And we should be able to make this work now. Okay. All right. Woohoo! Okay. Perfect. All right. All right. Let's see what we got here. It's time to get into some buying mode here. Right now. Definitely is. Let's make this thing rock and roll. Yes, indeed. Buy. All right. And we're not going heavy here. We're not going heavy, heavy, heavy. There we go. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. There we go. We'll see what happens if we're going to get that. I'm trying to get a limit order here. I'm putting it in here at $8.14 because I think they're going to try at lunchtime to aim for $8.13. So I'm going to put some in there. And then we go back here and reuse. Here we go. We'll try it at 8.15 too. Okay. And now I'm going to try one at 8.16. There we go. We got to try 8.17. I'm just going to work my way up here. $8.17. Now we're going to put in one for 8.18. So basically, you see the way I work it here. I start coming in below, and I'm like 5 cents below because I know they like the 5 to 6 cent swings. We've seen it here already, even today. If you look at this amount, 8.22. Where did it go to? 8.27. See that? It's 5 cents, right? So that's why I'm picking that number. Just so you know, look right over here. You can see where it once was. Right here, 8.26. Dropped it to how much? 8.21. 5 cents. So that's why I'm putting these orders in 5 cents below, and I presume that we're going to get there, right? I'm going to try another one here. Let's go ahead and do 8.18. Yep, 8.17 was low of the day. Yep, I'm just putting in some more here, trying to catch the low of the day if they run it down here right at lunchtime. They've been doing it from 11.15 to 12.15, so I'm putting these orders in. If I catch it, I catch it. If I catch it, I catch it. Now 8.18. Heirloom cedar. The crash seems to be happen every day. Strong up later. This is very common. Very common. That's right. Very common. That's right. They do this every day at this time from 11:15 until 12:15. That's what they've been doing. That's been the pattern and what I've been telling everyone. And by the way, today, in case you folks hadn't been aware of it yet, we're achieving exactly what I said would happen with the historical data on this chart. And that is we're seeing exactly what I called take place. Let's go to historical data, and you'll see we've now achieved a higher low for the third day. 1, 2, 3, right? Well, this is the second day, I guess, because the low was on 789, but we have 2 days in a row with a higher low. And by the way, that can be said for the highs as well. So not only this time around were they not able to retain and hold a higher low after this low, they couldn't hold a lower high. It had a higher high again. So then both days in a row. And this is basically what I called for, is what we'd start. And this is the beginning of it. We're seeing it take place now. All right, let's buy some more. Let's buy some more here. Come on. 818 is where I'm coming next, right? Reuse order. All right. 818. Okay, got one there. So we got 8, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Now we're going to go for 819. We're a penny below where we are. There you go. 819, we're there. Let's see if we can get that to fill. I'm only trying for 10 shares here, folks. I added my zeros for people like Sean Shaw and others that are here encouraging me to add more zeros to my bid amounts. And I did do that for you guys, Gary and Sean. I know you ride me for doing such small amount orders, but I like the nitpick method, and it's worked well for me over many years, and it's a good way for me to make money. I'm going to stick with it. That's all there is to it. I like waiting in. I like this way of doing it because then I don't feel, oh my God, I bought all those and it went down another, no, I don't ever do that. I experienced those days when I was young, right? I bought a stock one time. It was making a major run over $10. It had just gone over 11 even. I thought there was no way anything in the world could happen. I started piling in on it. I was in so heavy. I was overcommitted. And this was when I was younger. And I decided to go right on in. And it was just going to go right on off. You could see the chart. I thought for sure, bam, I placed my order. And literally 3 seconds later, the price had jumped from $11.70. Not jumped, dropped to like $7. From 11 to 7 in 3 seconds after I placed my order, it collapsed. Oh my gosh. Wow. Days like that, folks. You remember those. And then you start wading in more cautiously. Yep. That's right. Heirloom cedar, by the way, down 1%. Not really a crash. The whole market, by the way, as you can see, has just been taken in the red. Right, pretty much every single one of these is going down. But I like days like that because I've noticed before SOFI likes to turn and go north when we see the rest of the market going red. I have seen that. They counter sometimes what the market's doing, the market trend is doing. And so we'll see. We'll see if I'm right, wrong, or whatever. But I'm glad that for those of you here checking me out and what I've got to say, what I'm telling you folks, is that as I had predicted, exactly what I predicted is in fact coming true, and we are seeing this thing move in the direction that I presumed it would now, and this is going to be a steady diet of up it goes with occasional pullbacks, just like the historical data shows here. If you go back to when they ran it down after May the 15th, folks, it didn't just keep going straight up. Look at these highs. Sometimes they pull back. See, from May the 15th, you had a high of 482, 498, 514, a penny pullback. Then it continued as a cent, but then it had a 16-cent pullback. There's not going to be these just straight up. They're going to do these days. And then from there, we saw it start to climb right on up. And we saw a few other pullbacks that came along the way during this run. And but there weren't many. And that's what I expect to see again here. Some pullbacks. But and then when we get to that new high, 55% up from that 445 number, and this time they didn't start at 445 for the low. This time it was 789. So 55% gain from 789. I think we can all take it when this thing is up around where I say it should be, around the 11, 12s, 13s. And we are going to be making that move. I do believe it. I honestly do, because I think this bear trap just keeps getting worse and worse for them. And here's this number again, 823, and a number I keep accentuating to you that they're trying to achieve here by that number specifically, okay? By that 823 number, what it means to them and why they're dumping shares at that price, because it has a significance. And I bring it to your attention. You can either say hogwash or, yep, I think he's on to something. But anyway, at this point in time, it is 11:15, and we've struck the 11 o'clock bell, and we should be seeing this falling, because this has been the pattern. But things are changing these days. After that 789 suspicious 30% drop over 14 days from the high that they achieved again, and now it escalates. Look at this. Look what time it is, and it's already making a move to the upside. The shares are getting thinner and thinner and thinner, I believe. And one of these times we're going to see a news story break out. SoFi earnings report was rock solid. Here we go. Folks, it just takes, just out of the blue, watch this thing. Watch it. Look what we got going on here. This looks very, very good. Let's come in here and see if there's some buying going on. We want to be looking at the chart, folks. Thank you. My historical is supposed to be the second one, third one chart. And we're looking across here at some others while we update this. General Motors still down. PLTR plateauing and looks like capitulating there. Back over 15, that's good. That's a very good point right there, PLTR. Thank you, Jacob, for bringing that up. And, man, take a look here, man. King Cat Jacob. Agro now, 10.99. I'm watching it close. We're going to the 1 day. This is a stock that Double K brought my attention back to. And I hadn't been looking at this one for a while, but I'm watching it now. This company doesn't have massive volume. Very, very low flying radar. But, man, the chart looks good on it. RBT. I told you I thought it was trounced at 10% down and a bit of an overreaction. You'd be up 1% now. Keep an eye on this. I still think there's a good buy opportunity, even because of this announcement of terminating this idea, which apparently was a bad one. So they got rid of it, ditched it, and now they move on, making their strategic financial objectives. All right. CCL, nothing. Tesla, going the other way now, folks. I warned against it. And there's this one letter that I pulled up this morning. You know, just be careful when you're buying this thing, if you're going to go in on that one, boy. PayPal, though, really busting over now. Busts a move to 61, breaks 61. Careful. Watch for a pullback to 50 to 60, 97. I put an order in at 697, 6098, 6099, and then 61. That's what I would do right now. And wait for that. It could happen. It might not, but I try to pull those numbers down below. I put my orders in underneath, work my way up, and then sometimes when they come at it with a little attack, they'll fill. And then it's right. Then you start loading them in again, and it keeps going right on up. I've ridden some stocks like GNS. I've made fortune doing that on that back in the day. Don't know where GNS is anymore. But anyway, yeah. I want to thank you for being here, the folks that are checking out what I'm showing, folks, and what I'm doing here. And right now, we're just watching a little trade sideways at 822, and nothing to be alarmed at all about, other than the fact that it's 11:30 now, and I would have presumed that if they had any weight at all, they would get this thing to 813 from now until just after lunch. So we'll see. I'm waiting on it. I got a lot of orders there. Don't think they're going to necessarily fill, but I put them all in place I'm going to do another one here, too. Going to do another one here right now. Because I only stopped at 819, and that doesn't look like it's doable. So I want to make sure I hopefully get this. There we go. Let's see if we can get that. 820. All right. Man, though, I don't think so. Golly, look at this thing. Well, let's just try 821. Yeah, let's try 821. There we go. 821 I want, not 22. Review order. And place it. All right. Let's see if we get 821. Doggone it. It's toggling now between 822, 823, so that the cup and handle is definitely looking very strong here, folks. I want to thank you, folks, for being here with me, those that are sharing your ideas, thoughts. It's nice to see we've got some folks that want to tune in and see what I'm sharing and why I'm buying here at this number. Also, I'm just encouraged by the fact that we have others like King Cat, Jacob buying up 480 shares of SoFi. We pinned his message when he let us all know that. That puts him in the King Cat position for the day, and that's good information. I've already looked to see if we had any change in institutional ownership. There was one. Just one this time, and so not really worth mentioning. There's no big pile-ins of institutions recently other than the 30 or 29 that have come aboard in the last 3 weeks. That's a lot of institutions to be coming in on a stock that is suspected of going to, what Chiverini now? I think he's upgraded to $3 a share on SoFi. I think he revised upwards. And there's been others. Let's go see if there are any others that have right now. Let's go over here. Boop. We're going to go to Google this time. Google. Boom. Yep, another new high, another new low today, right? I called it, folks. You know, if you were here, I was going to telling you that I'm going to brag about. Good morning, Gary. Yay, just talking about you. Your ear must have been ringing. Uh-huh. I was buying more SoFi just a bit ago, and I said, Gary wants me to add zeros. Gary and Sean want me to add zeros. Thank you for being here, joining in on the fun. I've been showing some people some things, and I want to look here now about SoFi. Here's, we're going to take that off. SoFi, and we're going to put price target and see if any adjustments have gone up, raised. We want that word. SoFi price target raised. Let's see if we get anything in the news here. SoFi Technologies recently received a higher price from Piper Sandler. The new price objective was raised from 8 to 9. Holy cow, how nice of them. When was that? 1 day ago. All right, Piper Sandler, I remember they were in on the triple downgrade. They downgraded the price to 7 to 8 from 7. That's a downgrade. They went from $7 up to 8 and downgraded it because the price was $11.40 or something at the time. So, but look at them stepping up to the plate and saying $9. They don't want to be out of the realm of, reality. Nice. There's one we just found. Congratulations. Just by doing another little search. Let's also look here. SoFi snags a higher price target. Here we go. To $12. Citi analysts saying 12. Did you add a couple of zeros? I'm sorry. No, I didn't. I bought the old-fashioned cat way. I went in with 10 and 20 and 30. I'm just doing little measly 10 share buys because, well, I shared a little story with everyone about a stock I bought when it was starting to flare and take off, and I knew it was going to go to friggin' 20 from where the 10, it had broken over 10. Then it broke over 11. I piled in, and 3 seconds after I bought, the thing was at $7. I looked at the screen. I refreshed it. I thought, wait a minute, I must have clicked to another stock. I must have hit the wrong tab. And I looked again and it was at 7, and I thought, holy shit. And I had gone in so heavy on that one, man. I tell you, Gary, I learned my lesson, and that's when catfish became a nibbler. Okay? That was the day catfish started nibbling and he got his defend. I got defend that day. I had to defend myself by not going in, diving in anymore. The cat is a muddy cat that hangs at the bottom. There's no diving in. I'm down here scrapping. I'm just scrapping and picking up little cheesy chunks that come my way every once in a while down to the bottom. And today, by the way, I did pile in when we were at 8, when we got to the low today, because I wanted to. I said, all right, well, and I say piled in, you know what I mean. It's a tiny pile. I make a mountain out of a molehill, right? But at any rate, I went in because I support my stock every day when they run it down to the bottom. And here it was right here. Look at the time I came on today. Look at the time on, go back to the beginning over here on the timeline, and you can see what time it was perhaps when I started my little dealie. And it says I've been on 1 hour and 42 minutes. So do the math backwards. Basically 2 hours would put me at 10:30, 9:30, right now around 9:50 this morning. I came on 9:50. So I was right about here. And I said, I think we're at the bottom. But even when we got here, did I dive in? No, I did not dive. We took a little, and I said, because we're holding for a possible pre-lunch, lunch breakdown. And boom, bitty, boom, bum, 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 bum. Right here we saw 10:30. This is an algorithm kicking in right there on that little jump, boom, on down. But then that was the bottom. After that, it was sayonara, see you later. A low that is now 8 cents higher than yesterday's low. And that's in concurrence with what was happening. When you go back to this historical data, you'll see many days after they got down to that May 15th low, that the highs that went higher, they weren't by much. You know, there was 17 cents this day, and then 14 cents one day down, and then 20 cents. You know, it wasn't massive climbs. Here we saw 7-cent gain. Here we saw an 8-cent gain, right? You saw them, and then it started to run. Then it started running, getting bigger gains. But folks, for a little there, it trickled up, and then it started building on them. And the same thing we're going to see here. The momentum has changed. The direction has changed. The sentiment has changed. And right now we can see the volume has changed. Let's get over here. I want to see who's coming in on this one day chart. I want to get in on this right here, right now. No place I'd rather be. All of you that have been here 62, the losses make us learn. That's right. That's right. The losses. And look right here what happened right here just now. Coming in on the 1 day chart, folks. What the hell is that? $5.8 million roughly. Right there, folks. Look at it. Price was at 822. 822 to 821. 1 penny on that huge. Say what? Oh my gosh, folks, that has to be to them completely mind-blowing. To dump that much at 11:36 and expect to see a 10-cent price drop, and instead, wow. That's 615,000, folks. 615,000. My God. 615,000 times, where were we? 822. $5,055, folks. They threw away $5 million to make the price drop 1 penny. They were way more effective over here. What did they dump there to make it drop? It went from 823 to 822 on practically nothing, 57,000. Folks, look at that. That's an attack. That is be aware. See, folks, that wasn't retail buyers all at once deciding they wanted to get out on this thing at the same time and sell. 564,000 shares when the moment before, the minute before, it only had 16,000 shares. Look at that right there in that minute place right there. 57,000 shares. Look at how low it was, and then bam, do you see that massive, massive, massive strike? I show it to you, folks. I dig it up. I show you what we're doing here and how they go about doing it. When I looked here, I saw this big strike right there, and I went, what the is that? That is massive. That's twice as big as the one at 1030. And they couldn't get the price as low as 1030 at 816 with that many shares? Whoa. They must be petrified. I tell you what, to see that right there, folks, what I point out to you, these little things like this, they may seem small, but folks, they're not. That is a huge attempt to make a major price fall, and it just got absorbed like water off a duck's back. Dang. Massive number of shares right there. Somebody cut loose. Market share order that all got snatched up by all the buyers right away. Golly, and the price didn't even fall more than a penny. Yikes. I love it, man. I'm encouraged by that, folks. I'm very, very, very encouraged by seeing that kind of a drop. And I say this because I've seen them dump that amount before to make it drop 5 cents at once. Many times. And today they dropped that much and they made it a penny? Ew. Wow. Goodness gracious. Volume at 8,217,000, and I try to track this time. I've been trying to track it, and I'm going to do it now. At the time yesterday, we did 147 and 159, and then the volume was at 12,506, 12 million at one something. Folks, we're going to have a nice volume today here. I like it, especially if they keep trying to get it back down to yesterday's low or lower. Because they can't see, here's the thing, they cannot do anything about the high being higher now for the second day. They can't. It's already been achieved. The only possible thing they can go after is this low to show their constituents, well, we got beat on the high, but we were able to knock the low down below the low before. Well, if they don't do that, that's not good for them. That's not good to have 2 days in a row of catfish being completely correct. And that was that from now on, this price, $7.89, capture it, take a picture of it. If you bought with me at that price, put that up, get that photograph of that buy order that filled on your platform, whoever you're using, and plaque it. Put it on the wall. You'll hang it there one day, and you'll be proud of it and say, and they'll all be going, and you'll be in a different house maybe by then too, bigger. Maybe it'll even be smaller, but in a nicer location with lots more property. Who knows? But folks, all I do know is that you're coming in at the right time on this stock right here at this price, especially after what we've seen done over the last 14 days in a row of running it down to 30% down again. And as I pointed out before, when they got it down 30% on May the 1st through the 5th, it went right back up 55%, and I expect the same. Gary, it can help us become savvy investors and traders. Yes, it does. It definitely does, and it's definitely made a big, big difference for me over the following years since that happened to me. And that was probably about 10 years ago now when that happened. That was catastrophic for me. It really crushed my morale, as you might imagine. And because I was high rolling, man, I thought, man, I got this thing, these charts, man, you just don't never know what's going to happen. And that's why I'm so cautious now and tell people, don't dive in, don't pile in, don't add too many zeros, because there may be a lower price ahead and we want to snatch that up. And even when we do that, we're not diving in. We're just using a small portion of our total assets and our total portfolio. I have most of my money is in cash in my account for days when things like this happen with RBX right here. See this? This one right here I think is a good buy here. RBT, I'm sorry. All right.
I say it's possible that you should stay away from Tesla here, and I was right. And PayPal. I also think, even though they're making a little bit of a recovery here, I don't like their future. I think when was the last time you used PayPal? There's so many others right now that are so far better than that platform. That's the old way. You got to keep up with the Joneses, and they're not. Cash App, Venmo, these others, they're all thriving. And what has PayPal done? Look at the last year. Down. Don't catch a falling knife, people. Don't fall for smoke and mirrors. I know that this is tempting because it does definitely look like it's reached its bottom, but I'd be very careful with this one. Very, very, very careful. Because it looked like it reached its bottom right there, right? It looked like it had reached its bottom right in here. It looked like it had reached its bottom here. And it is equal to that bottom where we saw right there. There it was there, and today. Equal bottom today. So this could be a good chance to pile in, get a little bit of it. But no, I don't mean pile in, but you know what I'm saying. All right, here we are. Look at this at SoFi hanging above 821, 822 now. Yep, I am. Yep, be careful. Be careful. Be very careful with those. I would be cautious. And when someone mentioned PayPal to me, I decided to go over and look at it. I do think there's some possibilities, but I'm going to caution you not to go heavy if you do at all. All right? Because these aren't cheaper stocks. And look at PLTR. It's pulled off that high when it was mentioned. And again, I mention these things because Jacob pointed out PLTR, and I agree, but I wish I would have heard it from him when it was here at 1470 earlier today. But he brought it up, so I got it on my radar, and I thank you for that, Jacob. Appreciate it. I think it was you. Yep, it was. Jacob Reber. He's King Cat of the day. He went in and got 480 shares worth of SoFi today, and that's nice. Unless I go past that, but don't think that's going to be happening unless we start to see this thing really escalate. Because, folks, here's another thing. I'm not only sitting on a lot of money on the side for a drop, possibly, to 666 or something like 766. Folks, I'm waiting for the run, because when the run comes that I've been calling for and it comes out of nowhere and hits somebody like a stick between the eyes, I'm going to be there shoveling shares in to run it right on up. I'm going to be piling in there too, not just for drops, but for pops, when you can use your volume and your money, right? You can push that volume up, you can escalate, you can keep making it run, and then you can pile out once you've seen that it's achieved where you think it should be. And so anyway, that's what we did when we ran it from $4.66 up to freaking $11.70. And I said, get out at $11.66. Some of you did with me, and congratulations for those of you who did get out at $11.66 or that range. And I didn't say get out all. I didn't do that. I sold 2,500 shares there, and that was what I needed to get cash on the side for buys at these lows we've had, like the one on 2 days ago. So congratulations to anybody else that came along with me as we experienced another 30% drop on this stock, but instead of 4 days, it took 14 days. And they achieved the same result. And they're going to achieve, I believe, the same result, and it's already started being proven that we'll see higher highs and higher lows now for possibly, again, something like 18 out of 22 days. And they'll swap. They'll get higher highs, and the lows will be lower, and then they'll have higher lows, and the highs will be a little less, and it'll swing like that, and they'll play that little game. But, folks, where I say this is headed is only because of the history of the stock. I'm just going back to what happened on May the 1st through the 5th, what happened on May the 15th and after, and what's happening right now. Apparently, the same thing's occurring that has occurred, right? And look at this thing just sitting here at 1150 at 821. Well, my goodness gracious. Is it the freeze frame? Am I not updating the screen? Let's just take a look. Nope, we're right on time. We're looking very, very good here. Very good at this time of day. Not to see an assault against us is a very good signal. We're at 9,950,773. And folks, This is nice, just very slow, very trickly. This is what we want. Not a bunch of flames fanning and fire and burning and panic and craziness. This is a nice, slow, gradual increase, which I anticipated would happen over many days now. It's going to be strung out, but it's going to be better and better each day. And there will be, again, as I said, days just like the last time where sometimes it's down 7 cents, maybe 11 cents or whatever. There'd have to be those days. It's not just going to continue to go straight up from here, but I think we're going to see history repeating itself. And we're going to see maybe even a little bit of some news coming out here by SOFI, I'm suspect of. It's been a while, and they usually don't lie low too long, right? So there are some very good possibilities that we're going to see. And again, folks, this is so cool to see that massive share of sales and there's such little effect on it. Wow, that to me, golly, I don't know. I've been around a long time here. I've been watching a long time. To see that many shares dumped and absorbed 1 penny, what the heck? They couldn't believe it when they saw that, I guarantee you, when they did that. They said, all right, let's knock the shit out of this right now. Let's go ahead and dump $5-point-something million worth, and that'll knock the thing down 5 cents. Boy, they hit that sell button, and they watched that thing drop a penny, and they probably nearly shit themselves. Guess what, boys? Time to pull out another $5 million out of your pocket. Because that didn't do diddly effing squat. Right? It didn't. Look at that. Oh my God. It's crazy. Price at $8.23 dropped to $8.21. 2 pennies. Woo! You know, hopefully, and there must be others that can see that. Man, if I was seeing that, and I guess we're gonna start, and now look, it's just such a little teeny amounts here they're working with. There's nothing going on here. This is trading sideways completely, and that big lump sum, my goodness gracious, ouch, 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 ouch. That was painful for them. I'm just saying, I think I'm right there. I mean, you can look back to this other dump that happened on it. What time was that? Just after 10:20? Let's go see how much that affected the price. There it is right there. Whoop. We'll get over here. Well, there's nothing that compares to that candlestick they just threw out back here in the early morning rundowns. 141,000, 117,000, 98,000, all back to back to back to back. Here they came again. 96,000, 108,000, 160,000, 134,000. But folks, look here. On the 134,000, the price was at 821, fell to what? 819. On only 134,000, they got it to fall 2 cents. And here, they used an even smaller amount, 58,000. Price was what? 819, fell to what? 817, 2 cents on little dinky amounts. And then they dumped this many shares and have it fall 2 cents, people. I point these things out for you just so you're aware of it and you're conscious on it, that this is how it works, and sort of amazing. Sort of amazing. And we're refreshing this page now because I want to see what they're using here to get to this. What they're trying to use and how much volume. We need to keep an eye on it. There's another couple big spikes back to back. Yeah, bring it, boys. See if you can break that 816 you had before. You got a lot further than that to go, my friends. Here right before lunch, as I called it would be. My orders are filling right here, by the way. Cha-ching. Just so you know, Gary, I'm adding positions here. I picked up at 820, 819, 818, 817. I'm picking these up here. All right. I got orders in all the way to 814 in case they could muster it. I know they're not going to get 808, so I just put them up. I put my orders in to 814. You all know that. You watched me put them in here. They're filling as we speak. Going to be making good money right here this afternoon off of these buys, too. You'll see. And what are we going to see for the lunchtime low? Well, guess what it was for the last 2 days? Exactly where it is now, 818. This is the third day in a row. This will be, no, yesterday was 808. Yesterday was 808. But the 2 days before that, 818, folks. Error, YouTube is not receiving enough video. All right, that's fine. I got it. Just chill out here. We'll be fine. Hold on. We'll get it working. Don't worry. I guarantee you we'll get it working. I promise you. We'll get this thing working. But how do you like that? What is that number with 818 every day at lunch? Wow, what are they in love with that? Laura, my sister's calling. Okay, let's see what's going on. Folks, I'm going to step away here. We're going to let King Cat take over. Hold on. And just, hey there, what you doing? Yeah, just hold a second. I'm going to put on my King Cat, and there you go. We'll be right back. Hold on, folks. You just sit tight. Let me get some more water here, too. Okay. Yep. Moving up. All right. What's going on with you, girl? dad gave me a copy of his will, and I still have it, but it's so old, and I'm sure it doesn't have any. It's not applicable anymore. So yes, right.
awesome cat. That's right, King Cat introducing back to you again. If there's still some folks here, King Cat making the scene again. So I want to let you know how glad I am that you waited around for King Cat to reappear. And he finally has. And he brought with him a few things to nibble on. So thank you for being here, everybody. And that's it for me, King Cat. I'm going to get out of here and turn it all over to the King of Cats, Catfish Tyler. All right, welcome back. I am back. I am here for those of you that are still sticking around and have me on surveillance, if you will. Looking for the bottom. Let's go on and see what's happened with the price. I had a lot of stuff I had to do, and we got to make sure we've got the right thing up here on the screen. And oh my goodness, would they go for the low again? Did they get there? Oh, they didn't get it, did they? Doggone it, man. Look at that. Oh, shucks. They still haven't done it, at least not here. Let's see what they got to. I've got to refresh the page and see what they reached. 811. Dang. Catfish is right still. Thank you for being here, folks. Thank you for entertaining the time to be here with me. The idea that I had that we were going to see higher lows and higher highs for many days in a rows. And I'm going to have a little watermelon. So, looked like I missed a little lunchtime low action. I'm looking here. It looks like 811, huh? Right there at 1234. Lunchtime low, 811. Yesterday it was 808. Lunchtime low today, 811. That's right. Lunchtime low yesterday, 808. That's terrible. Hey, it's not a big gain off the low, but it's a gain, isn't it? Turning my fan on here. Get a little breeze. Having a little fresh watermelon. Speaking of watermelon, I was walking through the store, the grocery store, and here goes a story for you. And I was having some time with my wife, looking over the vegetable area, and I stumble on this guy. He's walking along. He's an old gentleman, gray-haired gentleman, kind of chubby. He's going along. He's got his hand. He's hitting on the watermelons. He walks one to the next with his hand cupped a little, hitting on each watermelon. So I finally says, oh, man, I got to find out what that's all about. So I go over and I said, what are you doing there, if you don't mind my asking? I know you're checking these for something. He goes, yes, I sure am. And he goes along and he says, check this out. So he was just tapping on each one. And they all sounded very similar. There was a little difference in tones on them. But all of a sudden he reached this one and the tone was deep. The sound was like a piano. You have the low notes down here and you have higher notes up here. Well, all these, the watermelon he was tapping around on were up here, and then all of a sudden there was a low note emitting from this, and he says, you hear that? And I went, yeah, I hear it. And he goes, that is more densely and sweetened watermelon, right? It's got more water content. It has more liquid content when you have that lower tone. And makes sense to me because I know that the way the vibrations work and water moving through the liquid and so forth. So it made sense to me, and that's the method I use now when I'm picking watermelon. And one other thing he pointed out to me was the size of that yellow spot. And he said, and typically when you're going along funking on these watermelon, when you get that low tone, if you flip it over, there it is, a nice big yellow area on it. So those are the two combining factors. And so folks,
What I wanted you to see, though, today, when people come on and go, man, why is it dropping today? Well, it isn't. You have to pay attention to these numbers right here, right? The high yesterday, the day before yesterday, was 829. The next day, 833. Next day, 846, okay? And we're right in line here, 789 for the low, 808, 816. This is just what we want. This is perfect. Fear not. It's exactly what we want to see. And I went off and left my water. Well, I got a bottle of water here still, has some in it. But what I want you all to know is that, as I said to you before, 3 days ago when it got to that low, they didn't walk it down there immediately. It took 14 days this time. They used the 4-day method on May the 1st, this time a 14-day method. Same result, 30% down. Now they take it right back up just like before. And that's exactly what it looks like. I'm right so far, right? I told everybody once it got to this low, you better take a picture of that 789 right there. And I told you also that, guess when? On this 15th day, 445, I told those that were buying there, you better take a picture. You better take a picture of that right there. And by the way, that was also the day the CEO of this company, Anthony Noto, was buying more shares. And there was an upgrade today, folks. I don't know if you saw it, right? There was an upgrade. I pulled it up here on Google. You can see right here, the new price objective was raised from 8 to 9 by Piper Sandler. They've gone up from 8 to 9, but there's others that have gone up more from 10 to 12. This is 5 days ago, Barron's headline, okay? Citi analysts raised to $12, people. All right? Pay attention to what these people are saying and doing. These are good analysts. Citibank, I think they probably know more than Chavrini Pet. So just pay attention to it, folks. What I'm saying is true. You know it is. Thank you for all who have been here and who are with me still at this time through a little time that I had to step away and talk to my family a little bit. We're spread out all over the country and east to west, north to south. And I just want to thank all of you that have been here today that have said some things. And by the way, this comment by N. Clark earlier, Danny Deals had a nice video yesterday about how media sentiment has shifted more positively recently. All right? And he also mentioned that his day job gets in the way of his Sofi watching high. He missed low. 824 is what he got in. Well, you're right there too. Don't worry, my friend. 824 is good, even though they saw this lunchtime takedown, which I told you would probably come into effect. And you see where it was, where it is. It's the lunchtime drawback. We see it every day. Look at GM continuing to fall here. Not down hugely at all by any means. It's a little bit down. PLTR was mentioned this morning when it was at its high. And this is that cup and handle right here. That looks pretty promising right there at 1473 for a possible move up. We'll see if that cup and handle does. If it drops on off from there or keeps rising from there. This agro, I still tell you, folks, I think this is a good opportunity. This stock, it really is making a move up here, and it almost eclipsed that high today that it's had. So we're watching that pullback and now keeping an eye on it. RBT down 13% today on news that they're cutting back on an idea. Down here it says they terminated SEPA. So. But all right, still fine for anybody that got in with me at 30 cents, but maybe another buying opportunity right there on that pullback. Watching that close. Carnival Cruise Lines hardly moving. It's just barely down. And Tesla, look at that. Hit that bottom right there. I think I called that bottom right there at 12:16 this afternoon. Bam. Hit the bottom. Started to make a move. Fake top there, pulled it back down. Now another double fakie, and now we're dropping back below this here even. So watch it, careful. Tesla, be careful. I like what I see here though. You know, we see them try to hold these numbers that we know mean things to them, this one being one of them. And I've already mentioned when the price was at 823 how they were going for the percentage down. But folks, right now we're looking strong here. This is exactly what we wanted to see happen with this stock rising 3 days. Boom, 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 up, 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 right from the lows. That's what we wanted to see, and we're seeing it. So there's the low, up, up. And we're going to continue to see this, folks. You're going to see it keep climbing. Because, as I said, they got it down 30% last time, made it go up 55%. This is interesting. Well, sayonara 813. Adios. This is showing 815 here. I'm on the historical data, and they're showing 1255. What the hell? It's 108. Well, don't know what's going on there. There we go. That's more like it. Well, it sure looks promising to me, folks. There's no way we're going to see that 808 today. That's just not going to come into the picture for them. What we saw, that low, yeah, 808. And, folks, this is, again, I'm glad that you're here to enjoy this with me while we see that this prediction I had was, in fact, correct, that after that exact amount of a drop that we saw from May the 1st to May the 5th, we saw the same exact drop over 14 days now that's turned around. And now we got days going to increasingly go up. Watch what we get this close at today. I don't think that we're going to be here. I don't. I think we're going to be just as we did here. 789 to 808 is 19 cents. Here's a 3-cent improvement. So 832, 833 today close. 832, 833. Just what I feel. Could be completely wrong, but I've been completely right so far on this stock. From May 15th on, I've been completely right on this stock almost every single time I've made a call on what was happening when the lows were there, where the highs were to sell out, and that's where we're at right now. Is some pretty good accuracy on my part based on charting alone and what the numbers are showing me, what the volume is showing me. I'm using not just the charts but the volume as well. And so now we see this thing already starting to make a nice little climb here, and we're going to get in on this chart and figure out why. I want to get over here and SOFI price analyst forecast, everybody raising as usual. Piper Sandler 3 days ago, 8 to 9. Here we go. Look at this move. The Truist Financial increased target price 1 day ago from 11 to 16. God. Wow, people. Holy crap. Truist. And folks, these folks they're not the only ones to say that. James Ford, Seeking Alpha, $20, and he showed all the reasons why. Look at this. They've raised to 12 from 10. City analysts. Everybody raising all of a sudden when it was all downgrade-omania. But now look at all these institutions that have piled in, almost 30 in the last 3 weeks, and suddenly everything's price targets are right on up, aren't they? How surprising to everybody about that. Isn't that funny? I show you here, right here. Look, folks, you can see them all here. Look at the dates on these things. July 31st. Bam. How high could it go? Who knows? Right? August, right here. August. SOFI, August 2023. Oh, my goodness gracious. City analysts maintain their buy rating on SOFI. Yep. And inch their price target That's inching, folks, from 10 to 12. That's not a 20% increase, by the way. That's just inching it. Okay? Oh, my gosh. Yes, indeed. What tactics? What wordage? Yeah, a very fine choice of word. It's inching. Oh. Watermelon. Folks, when you look up the history of watermelon in this country, you'll be finding something fascinating about the fruit of watermelon, and it was a major player in the development of the United States in its textile industry. Watermelon was the key to the success of it because that's how everybody was kept hydrated that was doing all the cotton picking. And we know who those individuals were, and there's a pride in those people today that they deserve. And sure, there was an injustice and there were things done the wrong way, and I'll admit that myself, but that's no reason for them to feel subjected to that anymore. And then when I hear about racism and division in our country over race, it's frustrating for me because I realize, and many of you also know, we had a black president, folks. We don't have a race issue. People aren't afraid. They'll support anybody who shows a better way for the movement of our country in the future. And at that time, everybody believed that guy who happened to be a black man could do it, and they voted for him. And so, where's the race thing? It's all mythical, totally mythical, people. I'm letting you know, just so you can be aware of it. It makes no sense. It's nonsensical to say that there's a race divide in this country. And you can say whatever you want, and you can call me a liar, but I just go by the fact that I don't think it could be if you had a black president. So I'll leave it at there. Okay, and I don't need to say anything more. I think that proves that the majority of the people of this country at one time voted white, black, Hispanic, yellow, green, doesn't matter what color they were, they all voted for a black man. And so there is this racial divide and racism and white supremacy they're trying to call the number one, the biggest threat to the United States. It's just so sad. Anyway, I just says it like it is, calls them like I sees them. Including the low that I called today when I came on and told everybody that where we were was going to be the low. And we're seeing them try and make another solid effort at it right here. Let's go see what kind of volume they're using to do it with. So we're going to open up another SoFi page here. And folks, they're doing all this, by the way, while everybody else is upgrading this. Just keep paying attention to what they're doing. All these upgraded and price targets being raised while they try to run it so hard. They're just going against against the stream and the flow of things. 8:11 now. Watch them pressurize it right now. Try like hell because, see, they can't do anything about the high being higher. I already told you this earlier today. Don't expect them to see anything else for them but for them to try to get a lower low, because now this would be tomorrow will be the third day in a row we're going to have a higher high and low. And they just don't want to see that happen. So be not surprised by a push here to 807 at all, where it will be a great place for you to have your buy orders put in, people. All 10 of you that are here, put it in now, 807, buy it and watch it go. Maybe even 809. And it's time for me to buy some now. So I'm coming in here. I appreciate you being here with me, Gary. Yep. Everybody that's here, I'm was gonna start buying again. There we go. Definitely gonna sweep in here because I know what they're trying. And I'm gonna support my stock. I'm gonna make it tough for them. I'm gonna make it difficult. Got to log in, though. Okay. That's right, man. You bet your ass I'll be buying at 811. I want the day's low. Market share order here. 10 shares. Come on, man. Filled at 811. Filled at 811, folks. Got it? Got it good. There it is right there. 811, folks. Watch it and watch what they try here. This is a good place to be buying this stock. And you know why they're trying to get to this number right here. You see what they're trying to get to right there, 808. And even if they do, it's going to be for such a flash of a second. So I'm going again here. I want to put in 808, so I am. Limit order 8.08. I'm putting it in. Now I'm going to try for 809. I got 808 and 809 sitting here, folks, ready to rally around this number. And it looks like it's already bounced. A 2-cent bounce right there, so forget about it. When you see them trying to go for that number and then you see a 2-cent jump off of that, you can just absolutely forget about it. You might as well just put your marketplace order in now. I'll leave it there, 808 and 809. If they fill, they fill. I picked up 20 more there. Now I'm going to put in 810. Eight tens there. 10 at 810, 8 9, 8 8. Let's see if we get lucky. I don't see it happening though, folks. I just telling you, man. Unfortunately for them, it is 813 now. Let's come in with a market share. Should we just get 813 anyway and be happy with that? Place it. Filled at 813. All right. Oh, and look at it at 814 now. Well, folks, you can already see that was it. They're done. There's no way. Goose is cooked. 808, totally unachievable. Price time 119. They made their run it again, and it's a higher low. I'll show you here on this chart. It can be very, very plainly visible to see for all of you to witness. Let's go in on the interactive chart and see what they just tried to use to get it down to 808. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Yep. Didn't have the mustard. Didn't have enough power behind their pop. The pop lost its fizz again at 811. That's twice now. You've seen it 2 times. They failed to get it any lower. And they like that number too. Again, 811 is a number they do like. But sayonara, man. Everybody just gobbling up these shares. Let's go over here and see what's going on. I want to see these spikes. What's going on here? Come on. Let's get over here and zoom in on these candlesticks. Let's see the how and the why. And now how high will it fly? Oh, goodness gracious. Look at this thing. Woo-wee. Uh-oh. What am I saying that for? Because I see a blue 45-day gapping above a gold 50-day right here, and I see a 10-day moving average bouncing off at this low RSI. Look at this. Look at the RSI down here. Got to down here 38. Whoa. And look at them coming in here already. Look at the green candlestick starting to form here, folks. Watch close with me. And we're on point, like he says here. Gary says it. I'm on point with this. I have been from the time that I saw what they did May the 5th. And May 15th, Chavrini Day. Look at this thing now, boy. Getting wild and woolly on them, man. What are they going to do now that they couldn't even get to that low? And now they're going to have to show 2 days in a row of a higher low and a higher high. Look at that. That's horrible for them. Right? Look at that. Higher high. Higher high. There's the low. There's the low. Called this one, folks. Absolutely called this. And congratulations if you got in with me when it was there. at that 789. Take a picture of it. Get your buy order. Go back to your history on your trade account and find that order and take a snapshot or whatever and screenshot and save that on a file and go get yourself something made at one of those stores like Walmart's or Myers that have these booths that'll do these things and blow up. Put it up there on the wall. Be proud of it. Be proud of getting that and say, look. And there'll be something you can look at every day, even on days when we turn down a little bit. You'll be able to look back and go, well, there's my 789 order. And I have one for 666 on this stock. 666 and 466. You betcha. All those numbers. I'm going to keep them all. They're going to be progressive. They're going to continue to climb. 666. And put them on the wall in a stair-step fashion, folks. That's what you want to do, right? Just keep on putting them up there. And if you have to, you'll have to build a second story later on. You'll have the money by then. Right? All right. Yes, sir. Look at this thing rising here, folks. Do not be confused by this price right here of 813 being any significance of power, because if it had any power, it'd be below 789, wouldn't it, people? Right? Am I right? Do I make perfect sense? But 789 was 30% down again, 31 from that 1170, right? Maybe just about almost 32%, 1170 to 789. Let's see what it was. 11.70 minus 7.89 equals divided by 11.70 equals, and then times 100 equals 32.5% drop. 32.5% drop, folks, they made after they made this massive run from 450 up to 1023 and made 55%, then that big drop. Wow, massive. All right. 32%. And then I go back to this date here, May the 1st, when they came out with the earnings, and I show you here the price was at 654, right, for the high of that day, 6.54 minus, and then go to the low that they got to, which was just a few days later, 445, there it is, minus 445, 4.45 equals, right? Divide that by the original number, 654, which was right down here, just so you're aware of it. 654 was where it was, divided by 6.54 equals, all right, oh, I did that twice. Let's do it again. So we can do this, though. 6.54 minus 4.45 equals, divided by 6.54 equals, and that is, and then times 100, and that comes to 31.95. 31.95, and this time 32.5. So just a 0.5%, 0.6% difference this time from the last time. That's pretty similar, isn't it? Pretty dang right on, close, right on. And they did it, so they did it again. And they did it in a slow motion this time from August 1st. And I've counted these days down in a row. And folks, it's coincidence or something more. From August 1st, you can see how many days that it went lower. And it was 14 days. It was actually 13 because on the first day after the first, he hit 972, but then 986, right, was the low. So that was only one. So I don't count this 986. This is how many days it went lower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And it really was 13 if you count that day. So what do you know? 13 days later, it's at the low, right? Does that make sense to everyone? People that don't think that they use these numerology and numbers that they have favorites of. What a coincidence, huh? What a coincidence from that number. What a coincidence from the day that it was at 1170 that you would see that, huh? Amazing. Well, that's the way things are. And now the price being at 813 was an effort. That's gone away. And we can see now that the price is at 814, and it was going to just keep going up this afternoon, people. And look at the volume, 14,187. And by the way, we're tracking this time. because I've been tracking the time at this time of day every day, and I'm going to keep track of it now as well. We're going to know exactly what time it was at this time, because I've been writing it down, and we're going to find it where I have it written. Must be right here, and I don't see it there, because we had our lunchtime low numbers on one sheet. We sure did. Interesting. Oh, well, they're here somewhere. I just have to dig them up. But, man, kind of puzzling. Oh, here it is under my pad. Oh, under my tablet. There we go. And here's what I've been keeping track of is the volume. And today we're almost there at 128. We were at the volume of yesterday at 1:59 in the afternoon. We had reached 13 million. And so let's see where we are now. Oh, we're already at 14.4, people. And look at this pop. What's happening? It's gone to 817. Gary, yep. Tyler, have you mentioned the importance of NVIDIA's earnings on the AI theme? No, I have not. I've had, I know there's been some mention of NVIDIA in the names and cast out there with some others that are forging the market, you might say. Forging is a good word. They are the mediators of the market that you've mentioned. These are the big players. But, I'm going to read you something here that you might find interesting, Gary, and I appreciate it. I'm going to bring it up. You can certainly put in any information that you'd like to elaborate on what you're bringing up. I appreciate it. I'm going to give you a little likes there. And we want to show you something that's kind of interesting, I thought. And I'm going to read it to everybody now. Here it is. Investors should sell and get out of all consumer spending dependent companies and buy student loan lender SoFi. The student loan payment moratorium is ending. Average student loan monthly payment is more than $400 per month, people. Consumers will cut back on spending big time soon. All the consumer spending dependent companies like Apple, Microsoft, HP, Dell, NVIDIA's right there. AMD, Intel, all of them, he says, going to suffer. They're going to drop. His call is that this is the time SoFi will finally get paid fully and be able to do more student loan refinance business. That was why SoFi CEO bought a lot of SoFi stocks recently. I agree. He's not an idiot. Super growth SoFi just reported huge 37% revenue growth rate. And that's the 8th time in a row they've done it, by the way, I add. And that was still under the impact of student loan payment moratorium. That's exactly right. He points out a good point. This much with a payment moratorium, right? The best time for SoFi is still ahead. SoFi is trading at super cheap price to sales ratio of 4. Only 4, folks. Most super growth stocks trade at price to sales ratios above 15. Folks, from 4 to 15, that's almost a quadruple, right? 16 would be quadruple. So it can go up 3-folds and still cheap on valuation. I say almost 4-folds, right? People should sell all their consumer-dependent companies, buy super growth stock SoFi. That's what he said. I'm reiterating that same sentiment. I am not as skeptical as some, and I am also looking at this damn price going right on off here this afternoon against the will of anybody who can stop it, because I don't think they have any will or really strength to do it. That's the way I believe. Could be completely wrong, but it looks pretty weak on their behalf right now with this kind of low volume that we're seeing this bounce already at 130. And folks, I'm looking for some news, right? All I know is the news is everybody's been upgrading this stock lately. All these upgrades, by the way, I have to go sniff them out, right? We have to go search for them. They're not posting them down here below here like the downgrades that always come out, right? They shove those in our face right here in the headlines with every single effing downgrade. We hear about it right here on this headline, but I have to go out and sniff out the upgrades. Here we go. Going to do it again. Google SoFi. Target price raised. Look at this, folks, when I just put this in here. You see this? This is City Analyst. This was 5 days ago, went from $10 to $12. when the price was in the 8s. 10 to 12. All right? Isn't that crazy almost? These people are saying 10 to 12 when the price was in the 8s. They've raised it from 10 to 12 because you know why? This one says here the average price target is $16. The low is 3 by Chia Pet. Right? Man, look at all these raised target prices. They moved to $9.50, $16 estimate of 16. Here the average 12-month prediction for SoFi, $8.91. Screw that, folks. Target's a 16. There's others that have targets here higher, even 20. And that was that great evaluation by Zach's person who had raised his target and said fair valuation on all that great analysis he did. He said $20. And folks, here we go. Look at this one. Truist Securities. Andrew Jeffrey has already increased his price target to 16 from 11. All right, folks. This is on July 31st. Okay, 16. I'm calling for it too. 4 days ago, raised City analysts up to 12 from 10. Right? You see all this, people. Pay attention. Don't pay attention to the little manipulative days that they try their little games. And I show you why they try so hard for certain numbers. I showed you why just now they were trying so hard for that 8 to tumble that 808 because it means something to them. It means a lot to them to see this number here yesterday, and this is higher today. They hate it because they couldn't do anything about the high. They were already defeated. Look at that freaking high, a climb of 15 cents off on the high right here. It was almost that 833 to 846, folks. A 13 cent, and it's coincidental, isn't it? Again, the number 13 comes into play right there. The raise on the high today, 13 cents, right? There you go, folks. And it's not done yet. This day's far from over. Look right here where they're trying to maintain it. How much down at that price number? 13 cents. See it? But, folks, they were trying to just hold it at 813. We saw that, didn't we? And then what's happened since there? You stick with me, folks. You'll pick up these little things. These little innuendos, these little numbers, what they mean to them, to us, to you. You should be able to see them. Look over here at the chart. Look at these greens coming in now. Where'd all those red ones disappear to? Where'd the dead red sell efforts ran out, folks, at 121 this afternoon. And, folks, we might even see ourselves another triple upside crossover on the 5-day chart forming right now. I'm going to take a look at it here in a second after I see these candlesticks. I want to look at them right now. Show me the new ones. SoFi page here is trying to refresh. We're looking close. I want to thank you for being very carefully with me. Gary says, no, NVIDIA's earnings are tomorrow after market. Okay, Gary says the other important event this week is Jackson Hole. Okay, Gary, these events will be catalysts to the upside or downside. Okay, yep. Well, I've already seen from what I showed yesterday when we were talking about that, the NASDAQ is still improving off of that low that it hit 2 days ago, which was equal exactly to the low that we saw way back. I showed this to people before. I'll show them to them one more time here. This low right here, folks, is, if you look at the 1-year chart on the NASDAQ, right here, this drop from this price to right here is equivalent to this drop from this price to that right there. They were $2 apart. I showed this day before yesterday. $2 apart on that 1-year chart. They're going to make it load again for me. 1 year, please. I don't want that. Thanks for trying to confuse everybody, but here's what I want. This drop that happened September 5th, 22. This drop from this number, 12112, to this figure right here, 103. That, folks, was 1,060 something. I showed everybody. And then look at this number here. It's almost identical. Almost identical. 14.3 down to 13.2, 1,100 again. You see? Both of those drops. And by the way, after that drop, man, this thing went up 20%, people. 20 effing percent. And this drop was the same right here from 11.46 virtually to 10.497. 11.461, 10.466. Look at that, 10.466. See that? So there you go. There's a 1,000-point drop there. Here was 1,100, then 1,000. This was less, and then off it went. Boom. Look at the amount here. 12,000 exact, and then 11,000 on 900. It only dropped 900 that time. And in here we go. 14.3 and down to 12,290. Virtually the same. Okay? Almost. It's 1,000, folks. These are numbers you need to look at. And then what happened after this last 1,000 drop? Just a 20% increase in the market. Just 20% up. That's all. And it sure looks a lot like that right there to me, reoccurring. I'm just going to show it to you, folks. You don't have to take my word for it. Yep. Like you said earlier, we need to be cautious. The uptrend is intact. Yep, Gary. Yeah, I'm bringing this up because the bottom might be a little lower. I heard that, and I reiterated that. I've called for a drop on no news whatsoever, $6.66, because of a panic sell-off created by them to make their ways out completely before we do see the 13s and 16s perhaps, or 20s. But that might never ever even come into play. We might now just see this gradual increase of 45% over a month and a half, just like the last time. And it's very clearly obvious right now that my orders that just all filled all the way down are now turning around and making me money. Because I had all those orders in there all the way down, and I know I filled them to that price right there, 811. I know for a fact I did, and I'm glad I did. Because now you can see the turn, you can see the run. It's beginning as I speak, and there's no way for them to deny what I'm telling you, because I said it on this price, $7.89. Watch now for somewhere around 17 out of 21, 22 days in a row, higher highs and lows. And it's going to alternate between the higher highs. If they can't get the high, they'll go for the low. If they can't get the low, they'll go for the high. This will be a battle just like the last time, but this time we're going to see the same result. I say 55% off of that number. 789 is the number we should all be looking to achieve. And there's a lot of other analysts out there that are agreeing with me 100%. And you can see it by what I just showed you. And it's interesting, isn't it interesting that I just showed you all of those companies, all of these people that are forecasting higher prices, but you don't see any of them, even though they were all within the last week or week and a half. You don't see a single one of them over here under the SoFi head pages, do you? Where is it? There'll be one down here, and it was quite a few. It said SoFi snags a higher target. That was one, but there you don't see any more here. Wow. And all the while they've been putting in those upgrades, but it's never broadcast to us, is it? Nope, they try to keep it under wraps. Trying to keep SoFi under wraps. But that's not happening here for all those that are here with me. You see, I show it, I expose it. I show you that institutions are piling in while the price was dropping. I showed you that chart. That's a pretty impressive chart to see those institutions, how many were piling in on this stock while it was being hammered down. Oh my God. What the heck is going on there, Cat, on my screen here? That shouldn't be who's up right now. But we are seeing it, and so we're going to go back over here to this screen. And that must have been from an old video, but that says live. So anyway, hey, thank you for being here. Hey, I got on today, my representation is Florida State University, because I am from the state of Florida originally. I told you grew up in Winter Haven. Some of you know about my history growing up in Winter Haven, Florida. And I apologize for having another piece of watermelon, but I got to. I'm starving. Whoa. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Again, I want to thank you for being here. I see we've got several here that are in the fold right now watching this thing start to spiral upwards. I like to use that word, spiral, because you don't really think of that going down, but I say spiral and then up. Because just like I don't call it avalanching, I call it up-a-lanching. And what we're seeing now with SoFi is going to be an up-a-lanch of about a week, and then 2 weeks, and then 3 weeks, and then 4 weeks avalanching. Occasional avalanche on the buildup of the snow piling up on the hillside, on the mountainside. But the mountain is just getting ever larger. Yep. Gary, the University of Miami here. Yo, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, good God, don't even tell me that, man. Oh, jinx of the U, man. Wide right. I know that made you laugh. Wide right, wide left. Gary says he'll be back. Okay. Miami, oh my goodness gracious. Well, I'm going to get down there soon. I'll see you when I'm passing through. I'm going to go down to the Keys with my wife. Maybe we'll do that when we come down in February. We'll see. We don't know what's in store for us. We don't know for sure. We always get down there and kick all over the state of Florida. I hear you, Gary. I hear you indeed. Well, folks, I will tell you this. When I sit here and I see efforts being made to sustain numbers that they always like to hold to sustain, when I see those break away from there, I'm always encouraged by seeing that. And Clark, loved the Keys. Was there a couple months ago. Oh, yeah. We're going to get down there. We're going to get on down there, and we're going to walk around. And I've been there once before when I was a little kid. You know, you get down to the lowest point in the United States. They have a marker there that's right there in the center of a big concrete circular thing that tells you you're here. This is the furthest south you can get in the United States. And I remember also that not a lot was going on at any high speed around there. It was all very laid back, slow going. Lay low, sit back, have a pina colada margarita in your hand, and just watch the sand on the shoreline being manipulated by the waves, and just hang out with good folks, good people. All people down there seemed very, very friendly. And also, we just had a really good time in the area looking at all the cool shops. There's a lot of shops down there, obviously. So we're going to be heading on down there, and we're going to get right in the thick of it. My wife, like I said, she's never been there, and it's been on our bucket list, so we're probably going to knock it out. Might take our little Mercedes SLK 230 convertible and add some miles to it, because we don't have many on that car, and sometimes it's good to put a little good ride into them once in a while. It came from Florida. We went down to Florida a few years back, couldn't find a rental car. I had to buy this thing. I went on Facebook and found a listing for it and bought the car and drove it home. Still have it out now in our driveway, and sweet little car with very low mileage and not a speck of rust on the doggone thing. And they didn't make any of those cars. This is a contention of Mercedes-Benz. They were trying to contend with some of the other models that were two-door, and this SLK 230 came out, and they didn't make many of them. They were only like a 4 or 5 year run, I think, and then gone. So they're a very rare car these days. They're tiny and fast, as you might imagine. I actually only have the 4-cylinder twin turbo, but they made them in a 6-cylinder, and there are none of those left on the road, virtually none, because they just were too damn fast for the size of the car. They're very tiny and a cool looking car. It reminds me of my early days with my Triumph TR7 that I used to have, and when I met Cheryl the first time, that's the car I had back in 1983. So anyway, we're taking a look right here at what we're seeing is very promising to me. And we're moving on up off of the 813 in Clark. We rented a convertible in Miami and did the drive. Always wanted to make that to the Key West bucket list. Check. All right. Yeah. All right. Definitely. That's the way to go. Yeah. When we go down to Florida, we almost always try to convert over, and we wait, obviously, until we get there to make the conversion. Because a lot of times these rental companies will put you into the next size up and next car for virtually nothing. And, you know, it makes it so worthwhile to do it there. So we always book the Econo car. Funny thing is, sometimes there is no econo cars left. Everybody books them and there's none. So they have to upgrade you to the next one without even any cost, which is something else you can learn from. As well as I've also told you about traveling, booking your flights to places through Google Flight, right? Google Flight, go look it up, see what I mean. You'll be blown away by the prices you can get for flights to different places. Just put in where you're going from and to, and man, you won't believe it. Google Flights. So anyway, try to make this channel as informative as I can in other ways rather than just stocks and just SoFi. But we're looking at some other stocks today, folks. We're looking at GM. And man, is it taking a plummet? All right, going right on down. I mean, you can say that, down 1%. We've seen plummeting before. PLTR still holding its ground green. Looking over here, 1093 on this. Volume is very good. And again, I think we could see it break away. Agro, I told you about it a week ago. 1 week ago, I brought it up and said, maybe you want to take a look at this one. Look at the 1 week chart on this sucker. Okay? So, up $1 from when I told you about that one first. So there it is again and for you to look at. And that's a nice, look at the stair-stepping pattern here and a nice little pullback today, even though it's green. And here we go. Now down 15%. Boy, coming at my RBT. This is one I told you to buy about a month and a half ago when it was 32 cents. Right? Look back here to the 1 month chart. It was, believe me, it was lower. It was much lower. We'll go to the 6 month. There you go. Right down here where we were. 32 cents right there. So, still a nice move and profit for us. CCL being held down that much. No coinky dink. Tesla was flying, now not. Starting to taper off to the mid. There we go. Broke just back up above. Maybe a spot to get in on it, but me, I'm staying shy. I'm just showing it to you. It's a kind of a market indicator, right? A market indicator. As does Tesla, as does the market, sometimes some people would say, and others that are like Gary, for example, who calls this. And I think he's right to some degree. But sure do like seeing this holding up here. With it seems like absolutely not a chance in hell of them achieving either a higher low or higher high, even as hard as they just tried to come at it just then. We saw this double bottom right here. Look right here. You can easily see 811, and there it was again, 811. Double bottomed out. That's right. That just showed you there, Infinity Bowl. I'm thinking about going with my friend into a business of bowling lanes, and but it's not going to be that company. That's the old. We're going to be the new with better designed bowling. Whoa. All right, here we come into the last part of the day. And one other one I'm going to take a look at that someone had admitted to me earlier. PENN. And that was double K. PENN. Penn Entertainment Group. Got a deal. I think it was who they signed it with. He told me ESPN or something. I can't remember exactly what he said. Oh my goodness. Not any news happening with them lately though, but keeping an eye on them. Just to keep an eye, because when people bring up some stocks, I do like to look at them and see what's going on. You know, somebody came by here week and a half, 2 weeks ago, said, what about any? And I said, man, that's a slaughter story. Let's see where it is now. Let's see if it's made in, oh gosh, just right on. Sorry. I'm glad I told everybody then not to, and now look at it still. Goodness gracious, look at the month chart. Oh my God, is that just horrendous? Jeez, oh Pete's. Sayonara, baby. And I used to talk to the top people at this company. I communicated with them a long time ago what they needed to do to change and to get their wheels turning. We were heavily invested in this company. They never listened to me, and I told them this is going to be your last call for us, and we're out. And we did leave, and then it has just collapsed since then, because they even did a 5-for-1 reverse. Yep, 1 for 5. 1 for 5 split. Ugh. So you got 1 for every 5, folks. That was to try to keep the price back up over $1. And oh my God, they're just slaughtering this stock, hammering it, killing it. Killing it worse than you see here, folks, because they did that split. All right. So stay away from that heathenist stock. Come on over here and join the SOFI flock. Look at the Dow down 186. Look at the NASDAQ barely staying green. The Russell down big. All right. These things are all dirt red. And here we are, slightly red. But we are a higher high and a higher low for the second now day in a row. And I think I called it. I said it'd be so, and it is. You're seeing it happen. And some of you folks should be clapping, all right? While other your shorts are all crapping. Folks, you just wouldn't believe how delicious and sweet this is. And remember me talking about the liquid content? This thing is just loaded. I'm sorry to be rude and chow in front of you, but I'm hungry and I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave here at the bottom. I think we're starting to see a run for me. And I think others can sense it as well. Wow. Folks, I'm telling you now, even seeing this drive to move forward here off 813 in the last 10 minutes, I really like what I'm seeing here. Get on in here on this interactive chart right here. Folks, I'm going to tell you a prediction. There's going to be a day when this thing makes its major run and takes off like a bat out of hell, and I'm going to have 100 people on here. Everybody's going to be with me at the same time celebrating. This thing is going to blast off, and this channel is just going to explode. There's going to be so many people. Look at this convergence right here now. Look at this, folks. That right there is called convergence. And folks, I got news for you. This convergence is happening with the RSI dead middle, just even to the low. All right? Be aware of what I'm showing you here on this chart. Major convergence on that chart. Interesting, too. Look at the plays being made. Look at the size of some of these buys right here. I'm going to get on over here because we want to make sure we're looking at these right here before 2. I like to watch these candlesticks right before 2. Because you can really, really see some indicators sometimes, but people don't want to wait till 2. They start pulling in here with bigger amounts. We're at 15,092,000, and yesterday, and we were, I'm going to write this time down because I'm trying to keep this time at the same. Yesterday at 1:59, so today we're at 1:56, and the volume total is, and I want to write this down, this is 8. There we go. Make sure we don't mess up here. 822 is where we are. Yep. 8:22 and 1:56 p.m. Volume 15113, folks. That's almost 2 million more than yesterday. Just so you're aware of it, in case you weren't. I'd like you to be aware of that, very much so. And we're going to see, because where we were at when it comes to a different time, which will be later in the afternoon, right? But there we go, man. We're seeing an increase now in volume from yesterday's volume level by 1.5 million already here right now, as we see an increase in the price starting to build up here. So let's just get back over to this. They're not wanting me to apparently see this screen, but we're going to get into this interactive chart and look at it real close. And I want to again thank you for being here and for your commentary and for chatting with me. And there we go. Look in here. Nice. Very cool. All right. We saw the rundown, and look at this gap away. Look at the blue separating from the gold. This is a 45-day moving average, and look at that 10-day. Take a bam, off it goes, gapping away too. The mouths are getting bigger. Every one of these mouths is growing on this one day right here before 158 now. Look at the price. We're at 817, folks. Look at this thing now. All right, ready to ring that bell. You can ring my bell anytime, anywhere. I'll ring it, ring it, I'll ring it, ring it. Ow! Oh, 18. 818. Come on with me, folks. The water's fine. Oh, yeah. We are selling, buying, trading, whatever. Every time we see it start to break. I told you I'd come in on this when I started rising. I told you. I absolutely told you. I told you I would. I told you I'd come in when I saw it start rising. And I am going to. I still have to get up to 7,000 something shares of this stock here again. I'm going to do a market order just to keep the flames burning, baby. See what we get. Drum roll, please. Filled at 818, folks. 818. Wow, it is going right on up. Nice, nice, nice. Very nice. Filling at 818 is good. I like it. Watch it keep climbing, folks. And this is right here before 2. That's why I told you I wanted to be in here critical on looking at these candlesticks right before 2 o'clock. I wanted to see what was going to happen here. And I want to be very, very keen on it. I want to see what they're using and the size of the candlesticks moving in here to run this up. And it looks very good. I'm very, very promised, very good. And by the way, that you can forget about them holding it 13 cents down. They were trying for that a minute ago too. They couldn't hold 8.13. Then they couldn't hold 13 cents down. And now where will we end up next? What will be their next number they go for? I'm telling you, this is going to end up around 8.33. I'm calling that number 8.33. Because look at that. You got 3 green candlesticks in a row. Not a lot of volume on them, but moving the price right back up. Looking good, folks. Looks very promising this afternoon. Looks good. I like what I see here as we now cross past 2. And look where we are. Look where we are. Freaking 2 cents off where we were 5 minutes ago. Even 3 cents off where we were 10 minutes ago. And this is very promising for us, folks. Very, very, very nice. I like it. And I certainly do like that they're definitely not going to achieve that 808 or 807 number they were aiming for. Because they had to show their constituents, because they've already been slaughtered on this high. Look at the volume here. Watch what's happening here. Watch what's happening. Let's get over here. I want to see these. I see a lot of flickering happening there, and I want to see what's going on here. Where are we at? Where are we, and what are we doing? Right here, they're showing 2 o'clock on here. Yep. Nice. 817. Oh my goodness gracious. Who would have ever thought and thunk this could happen at 201? Watch close, folks. Be careful here. This is a good point either to be making a small entry or a large entry if you're someone like Sean Shaw. or someone like Gary. Oh boy. Oh yeah, we're going to go on up from here, folks. Yes, we are. You can already see the trend right now moving in this afternoon. Watch closely here. Watch this thing. Watch the volume they're working with, and we're going to see size of the buys. 1,000 shares at 817. 15,226. 2,000 shares at 816. 20,000 shares at 817. Price rising. 15,256. 257. 1,000 price rising on 1,000 shares. Went up a penny on 1,000 share buy, folks. 15,258. 2,000 shares. 817. 262. 4,000 shares. Happy to pay 818. Look at that. 15,262. 15,262. 273. 15,262. 273. And here it goes right on up. 15,262, 304, paying 818, not afraid. Look at these little buys. 15,269, 270, 817, 1,000 and a drop of a penny. 15,270. There's a small amount and it went up a penny again. I love it when I see small amounts move it up. I love it. That's good, good, good. We're still at 817 now, folks, and rising quickly. We're 4 cents off the 813 they wanted to hold it at. Okay, they were trying. And then they were trying to hold this down 13 cents right here. But at 817, that sure ain't happened. And it doesn't look good for them here this afternoon. It looks very, very strong for us longs to now have seen 2 days in a row with a higher low and a higher high. And exactly what I said would happen, even with the Russell down today. Russell 2000 down, you can see. But we're not in the 2,000. We're in the Russell 1,000. We're in the elite upper class of the Russell. And look at this right here, 15,278, 198. We're sitting in a lull at 204, 15,278, 198. I'm refreshing this page. And folks, don't be surprised at any moment to see some news come out from this company, maybe about their concert venue and how many people they signed up there into their fold that came aboard with checking accounts opening up. And the growth, this is a growth stock, folks. Don't kid yourself. This is a major growth stock, and it's growing crazily. We're getting back over to see this interactive chart one day, see if they'll let me take a look at it or not, because I sure like to watch this when it gets down close to the time I expect to see them piling in. And here they come, folks. Look at the mouth of getting bigger and bigger on these 45 and 50, and look at the 10-day. All right, everybody. Dang, look at the size of that buy. You know, they're not afraid to come in at that price. They sure weren't. And then, you know, it's funny to see these dumps when they dump them. We just saw a major dump back here, made the price hardly fall. It barely fell. Look at this price dump right there. Wow, look at the size of this. That's 5,010,000 shares. 5 million right there that they dumped, and the price only fell from a fraction, 823 to 821. On that many shares, 5 million, folks, $5 million worth, and it barely even phased it, right? But that was the beginning of the attack we've seen come at it for this rest of this afternoon, all through the lunchtime. But now where are we going? Look at this thing gaping, gapping, up, 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 as people say, enough of this nonsense. 13 cents down right now. Whoop-de-effing-do, folks. We got new highs, new lows today, both new lows and new highs. Congratulations to all of you, and I'm glad to see that you're here with me. And right now, I'd almost be interested in knowing, but I'm not going to check. Pin barely down, and it's starting to come right on back up, so that looks good. Maybe a good place to get some pen right there. My friend talked about that. PayPal. Whew. Well, man, what happened to them? What's going on with PayPal? Someone mentioned that they were maybe a good buy. Well, they're right there making another pull up. They're doing all right today, but man, have they had a catastrophic year. Look at that. Ugh. Goodness gracious. Look at Tesla here for the last year. What have they done? That looks better. And they're definitely bottomed out right there, but at a number I don't see a parallel to back here. Well, I do. It's right there. There it was. There's the parallel to that right there. Same number virtually. And then off it went from that today, yesterday. So, hey, keep an eye on this one, Tesla. But this is one you should be more concerned about and watching go up, up, up this afternoon, in my opinion. Don't know that it will for sure, but I sure am glad to see it holding here, because it tells me no way we're going to see a higher low today, even though they can't get the high. They can't stop the high from being higher, and they can't stop the low from being higher. And that's what we're seeing now as we watch this price slowly start to creep up on them. 816, 817, 818. They just had it at 813 a little bit ago, so don't worry, folks, there. This is all a futile effort for them. And they're starting to see it. And look at the volume, so much lower now. We're going to look at the time. Actually, it is higher than it has been at this time. And the lunchtime low today, well, they did it again, the lunchtime low, but they got it down to 811. And we've seen that, and we're seeing them try it 2 times after that. So they tried it at lunch, and they tried it after that. They tried 2 times, and 811 was the deepest they could get it to fall. And so, folks, what are we going to see now? Well, my prediction is continued gains, continued right on up we go. And that's only because I'm using history. So, through the afternoon, we'll see if others want to follow the lead and go with it. Or if they don't, we'll see. Mm-hmm. Mm. My goodness gracious. Yep, let's get in here. I want to see these candlesticks get big as we cross this green 200 day. They should, and I anticipate that they will get big as we cross this green 200 day. They're going to all see that, folks. And this is a good time of day to be doing it, to crossing over, and it's doing it now. You can absolutely see it right there on that chart. It's refreshing right now, but yes, indeed, folks. Look at that. Golly, dang, that looks really powerful, folks. I'm telling you, this looks extremely, extremely good. Look at this 10-day bouncing up over. Look in here close. Watch, it's not making this move on massive amounts of volume either, folks. This is happening on small stuff. It's the Robin Hooders, it's the SOFI app, folks. The SoFi Finance people also have the ability now to trade through the SoFi's platform, and they might be buying up some here too, because this really looks strong. This looks really, really good. I'm going to buy more. I'm definitely buying more here. Add. Okay. And we're just going to do a market order this time. Definitely. All right, here we go. Let's see what we get. What are we getting here? Filled at 818. All right, got 818. 10 shares, folks. I'm not piling in, but I do like this number rising here very much so. And I like making this price go up by filling in orders that are market share right here. Because I saw 819 and it's toggling now. We saw the toggle at 813, 814, 15, 16, 817, 818, and now toggling to 819. I'm in. I'm definitely in, and I love the look of that chart, and I love the look of this one. I have a feeling Let's go back over here and look at it. So I'm not the only one participating in this parade of price drop and where we can buy it here. There's others here with me. I can see them. I can see them. All these green candlesticks coming in here versus the red ones now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, let's count them again. We're going to count them because we're going to see more green candlesticks even now. Because this is starting to look very, very, very nice for a very good close setting up. Maybe even green. Yeah, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And how many red? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 16 green candlesticks, 6 red here coming into 2 and just after 2, folks. Very, very, very good looking chart. Very good looking here. Yes. How they escape this now? How are they going to get away from every day being a higher low and a higher high for the next 21 days? Not all in a row. I already said it's not going to happen that way, folks. Don't expect it to. It'll be just like the last time. There'll be a day where it was a penny lower and then a day where it was 7 cents lower. You know, there are a few winning days for them in that string up when it went from 4.45 on May 15th up to 10.23 by June the 14th, less than 1 month later, from 4.45 to 10.23, where some of us capitalized and sold, made a lot of money. Yep, and bought it back again down here, right? We bought it back again down here. That's what we've been doing. Folks, do yourself a favor. Buy yourself some SoFi. Right now. Buy 5 shares. $8.18. I love the number 8. Of course I'm going to buy at 8.18. I was already buying the silly thing at 8.08 and 7.08, 6.88, 5.88, 4.88. And all the 18s in between and 28s. My last piece of watermelon, so you won't have to listen to me smack anymore. But, this looks good. Mind you this, folks. A lot of times when I can't see them maintaining numbers they want, like the 13, see, today they would like no less, they would love to see 813 be the closing number, but being that they couldn't stop it at 813, one then has to ask oneself, well, why couldn't they hold it at that number we knew that they liked so much? I'll tell you why. Folks, they would if they could, but they can't, so they won't. That's one of my favorite lines right there about the shorts and hedge funds. I've said it before, and it was true then, and I say it now because it's true now. When they dropped the price on C Day, Chivrini Day, to $4.45 a share when he was calling for $2.50 target price, why couldn't it drop any lower than $4.45, which was freaking almost $2 higher than his target price? Well, I'll say it again, reiterate. They would have if they could have, but they couldn't. So they didn't, right? They would if they could, but they can't, so they won't. And here we are now in a situation where Why can't they hold this under 820 will be the example I'm going to use right now. Well, trust me, if they could, they would. But they would if they could, but they can't, so they won't. And that's why it's not going to close that number. My number is that I'm calling here is 833 is where we're going to see the close today, perhaps. And this number for them here is dissolving away fast. And you can see the volume starting to pile in here. 818, folks. 15,623,000. Oh, boy. Phone call. Who do we have? My buddy Chris. Wonder what he's got going on. He's probably wondering why I'm not on TikTok, too. Oh, boy. Let's see what he's got going on. And we got CW joining in with the clan here. All the cats. Welcome, Chris.
You know, we need to work on getting you to be able to be live on TikTok at the same time you're live on YouTube, because the room that I was just in, we had 245 people.
All right. Well,
They were all there to see me and 2 other live hosts.
wow. Nice.
They were there. They were interested. They weren't liking the screen like they were supposed to.
Oh, boy. Jeepers, jeepers, jeepers. Well, we got to figure it out. And I guess next time we have to go to TikTok first and then try to add it into YouTube. That's what you said I should do, right?
Yeah, and if that doesn't work, just set up TikTok on a different device and have it aimed at you, and you're good to go.
Ah, I understand. Okay. I got you. All right.
Said you have other devices, correct?
I do, but see, I've already figured out when you're doing the TikTok video thing that you have to switch between the camera, flip the camera, and that's okay. I can do that. I can learn how to do all that. But we're making technical advances by leaps and bounds here on this channel. We've already made several very good technical advances.
All you need, you already have a phone holder. You just need a tablet holder, and you'll be good to go.
Yep.
Like $6 on Amazon. If you want me to buy you one, I will.
Tablet holder. Okay. Got to look that up. I'll write it down. Let's write it down.
You can go live on both, and we can go live together and get over 2,000 people in the room. And they'll add you, and they'll
Tablet holder.
YouTube, and we just keep growing.
All right. So I won't just duct tape my tablet to something. I'll get a tablet holder. Oh yeah, I've done it before. I just realized I probably have had this big shadow hanging over my face all the time here with this mic. I'm gonna move it over to the other side of me, and that way people don't have the shadow hanging over me. There you go. So anyway, yeah, we're seeing SoFi hit the bottom today, but guess what? The bottom today was better than yesterday's, and the day before was even lower. So now we're on the third day, just like I predicted, with a higher low and a higher high. So that's exactly what I predicted. We're going to see it, and it's all coming true. It's just going to be a gradual, steady up, up, up from that low we saw of 789, and that's what we're seeing. We're already seeing it happen right now, so everybody can witness it and knows it. And we got a lot of people who've been over here with us today, 142 on this feed right now, 12 with me now, and we've had a lot coming and going, a lot of people dropping in and saying things and sharing good news. And so everybody is up, and we're having a good time here this afternoon. Watch this price rise on SoFi and keep going right on up is my call. And the reason...
Something I think might have been a little bit bad, because now you're known on TikTok as Catfish Tyler, the legend.
I'm known as the legend, huh? Legendary Catfish Tyler. What do you know? Well, let me get on over here to tomorrow then. When I find the low on the price, SoFi hits the low tomorrow, I'll try to go into TikTok. I'll call you and say, okay, I'm going on TikTok now, and then let's figure out how to get up on TikTok and then simulcast and get over on this channel as well. All right?
And if we can't, then you'll buy a thing, and we'll just...
That's right. That's exactly right. That is exactly right.
It's not the right thing. You can probably order it tonight and have it ready for a backup.
All right, good. Well, let me just get working on it then, my man. I really appreciate it very much, Chris. I don't think anybody can hear you, but it's okay. I'm responding to you, and he's just giving me some helpful tips, Chris is, on how to get more notoriety out there and recognition and get the word about SoFi in the hands of more people so they can all start making money on it.
SoFi too. I have an update on SoFi. They increased their interest rate.
Oh, SoFi has increased their interest rate. This gentleman I'm speaking to, Chris, is a member, has money involved with SoFi, so he knows he's insider, and he's telling me they've increased their interest rate. Nice, very cool. When did you find that out? Something in the mail or what?
They sent an email to all the SoFi bankers, everybody who has SoFi.
Just sent out an email, and I just got a letter from SoFi telling me I'm pre-qualified to borrow $100,000.
Okay. I haven't gotten that letter. Wow.
I don't know. They told me I'm ready to just to sign and deliver. They'll just bring me the money. I guess they pull in with the SoFi truck and dump it all out in my driveway. But anyway, look at this price on SoFi going right on up, people. Just as I called, I told you they couldn't hold it at 813. It went to 814. It went to 815, 816, 817, and now it's touching 818. And we're going to see it continue to go up to 819, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 826. And my call for the close of the day is 833. So right now you can see it holding 818 and toggling between 817, 818 when we were just seeing at the time of 118. What?
I said, I hear you.
Yeah, baby. It's just going to keep rising every single day, virtually. I mean, the last time after May the 5th, it didn't just keep going up steadily every single day. There were a couple days where it came down like 7 cents or 11 cents, and then off it went on up. So it's not going to be every single day, Chris, but virtually every single day for the next month and a half. I presume that you're going to see increased amounts in your account every single day, just like we have the last 2 days, and this will be the third day of improvement.
That'll be good for the 300 people that I sent to your YouTube channel.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate you doing that. I've had a lot of people dropping in. I've had some comments. I've had some newbies come along, and I try to acknowledge everybody I see come up here on the chat board. And look at this thing just going right on up. SoFi, just as I called this afternoon, making an ascent and climbing the mountain, and it's going to keep right on going up, folks. It's not going to stop here.
I bet you will subscribe because you could use it.
All right, man, I sure do appreciate it very, very much, Chris. I'm always very, very grateful for your contribution to my channel and to my efforts. And this is my biggest fan, folks, you're listening to right here. Chris is my biggest guy, CW, and he doesn't mess around, man. He's dedicated, he's committed, he's all in, 110%. And this is the kind of guy you got to have for friends in your life. This is, like I said, you know, when I say on my channel, I hope that you have a lot of happiness in your life and that you have prosperity and that you have great health, but most of all, that you're surrounded with love. And that is the one thing that Chris has, is a lot of love in his heart. He's got a big old heart, as big as the Grinch on the day he heard him down there, Yahoo, Rory, whatever the hell they were singing. And he, huh?
So that's funny because it's true.
I know it, man. He's got a heart that big. Whatever it says, Dr. Seuss, it grew 10 times 10 or whatever. And that's...
All right, I have to let you go, though, Tyler. I got to get back to TikTok. I got other people that need to start finally grow up. And
Gotcha, man. Get on back there and plow your trade, man. Make it happen. And we're going to keep making money off this great stock every single day. And we're going to have it. We'll talk to you later. All right. Bye-bye. Hey, beautiful. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm on my way home real quick to get my razor for a guy that I do his back at for. And he's a really rich dude. Maybe he'll start his ears today. Maybe I should talk him into it.
Oh my gosh, you're shaving a guy's ears. It was my wife calling in right now on the hotline, and she's letting me know. She's letting me know that at her med spa, she has a customer right now who is in need of his ears being shaven. Whoa, she's going to zip and zap them with the laser lobe, the lobe laser. Well, uh-huh. Well, that's my wife's business, Med Spa right there, Williamston, Michigan. Look it up, Med Spa, Williamston, Michigan. You'll find the highest rated med spa in the state of Michigan. And if you don't believe that, go on YouTube and type in Best Med Spa Central Michigan. You'll see my wife in the top 7 videos on there, I believe. So anyway, there you go, folks. There's a business you can get it over to with your wife and make her look even more attractive to you. Jay Reezy, hey, that's me, buddy. I need my ears cut. Jay Reezy, get on over here then. Make your trip to Williamston, Michigan. You can go to Facials and More Med Spa and book your appointment online. And it's very easy. Just click the book now and you're in, folks. So there you go, a little shameless plug for my wife's beautiful location there in Williamston, Michigan. She's been in business now over 10 years, and she has over 20 years of combined experience in the medical facial industry. And Jay Reezy laughs and says LOL. So there you go. Yeah, I don't know how far you've got to come, but it's worth it to go all the way to Michigan to see my wife and get the treatment from her. She's very, very experienced and has great Google reviews and Yelp reviews. And so anyway, that's it. Hey, we're watching the price going up on our stock here, hun. So we are, and so you're on your way here. So I'll go unlock the door so you can get in easily.
Okay, and I'm just going to be running in and leaving real quick.
I know. Well, how far away are you now?
I'm just in Hazlet.
All right. All right, good.
All right.
Yep. I'll go unlock the doors and we'll talk to you.
All right, love you.
Love you, bye.
Bye.
Okay, let's just hold tight here for a minute. And let's you just sit tight here. I'll be right back. We're going to switch over to King Cat and let him take over for a minute. Just hold on. When I get back, we're going to be at $8.21 a share. $8.21. Uh-huh. There you go. Be right back.
camera and action, ladies and gentlemen, as the King Cat returns to the scene. Thank you for hanging around, if you know what I mean. We'll be back later. Ciao.
All right, yes, back here. Had to drop in on next door for just a moment here. Make sure we're all good, looking good outside weather-wise, and everything is good. Thank you for being here with me, folks, and checking out what I'm showing you on these things about what's going on with this stock today. And we're just having a look at it right now. And it's holding up well, folks. Very, very strong, very well, very nice. I'm not concerned at all about it being a little bit red because I saw already what happened with the high today and the low, both higher, right? And that's what I said would happen, and I'm glad to see that it happened, and I'm going to continue to believe that will continue to happen for the next, basically, month and a half, right? And we don't have to be in a hurry about it, folks, and we weren't in a hurry last time on May the 5th when we went up to $10.23 from $4 and such, so we don't need to be in a hurry from an 8 to 13, do we? No, patience, folks. Jay Reese, thank you, folks, for being here while I stepped away for just a little bit. I see some people, and I know some people stay here and are with me all day, you know, when I run these, because a lot of people are doing work and they're listening to me, and what I discover, some of them find interesting every once in a while. I fall on to things that I discover. And I'm just discovering now the price was just at $8.19, and I saw that while this is showing $8.16. So I'm looking here at this time, and it's showing a 5-minute delay. So I'm getting to see what there was 5 minutes ago, where we are this very second right now at 2:37. But I'm watching it in the way in which it was happening, and I'm very, very, very happy to see that we are where we are right now, folks. And that is a green day for us in a sense, because both the, and the way I look at it anyway, both the low and the high achieving higher highs and higher lows. And here we got a call coming in from one of the clan, one of the knights of the round table. Let's see what he's got going on. He's usually working and calling me on the way to someplace. Welcome to the show.